Good afternoon and welcome to the March 22nd, 2021 meeting of the Orlando City Council. Welcome. Today we're going to begin the proceedings with the invocation offered by Commissioner Stewart and the pledge also led by Commissioner Stewart. So, Commissioner, you please lead us.
Will you bow your heads and pray with me, please? There you go. Will you bow your heads and pray with me, please? Lord God, we pause in this moment to be reminded of your renewal. In a moment of Easter and a moment of spring, that things, we're reminded of what you had done for us. But Lord, we're also called to this place to do your work. And I pray for this council, this mayor, and those who will be speaking today, that we will speak with wisdom, we will speak with patience, and most importantly, Lord, we will do what is in the best interest of our city. So God, we pause just a moment just to say thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to serve. Thank you for the citizens of Orlando. Thank you for a chance just to be part of this opportunity. So Lord, we thank you for that. And it's in your name that we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, let's call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll and make a determination of a quorum?
Here.
Commissioner Gray,
Here.
Commissioner Ortiz,
Here.
Commissioner Stewart,
Here.
Commissioner Sheehan,
Here.
Commissioner Burns,
Here.
Mayor Dyer.
Here.
Mayor, you have quorum with all members present.
Okay, our first item of business is consideration of minutes from the agenda review and city
So
council
moved.
meetings of February
Second.
22nd, 2021. Motion by Commissioner Stewart, second by Commissioner Hill. All in favor indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. We have no awards presentations and recognitions today, so I will go right to a very brief mayor's update. First item business is very serious. On behalf of the council, I want to send condolences to Megan and the entire family of Officer Kevin Valencia, as well as his friends and our OPD colleagues. Officer Valencia served our community for more than 3 years with dedication and heroism, putting his life on the line and protecting our citizens and our residents, and ultimately making that sacrifice that we unfortunately ask too many of our police officers and other law enforcement to make. The city, we mourn this passing of one of our own, and his commitment will not be forgotten. Services are on Wednesday. Would you please join me in a moment of silence in his honor? Thank you. Okay, for the last 12 months, it's hard to believe that we have passed now the anniversary that COVID had first visited the United States and certainly our community. And the last year has been quite honestly filled with challenges that we never imagined. We've been tested. We've focused on many of the changes that would be helpful to combating the coronavirus. We adapted to stop the spread and to protect others. We mourn those that we've lost to the virus, but we follow the lead of healthcare professionals and our first responders and so many other essential workers and not-for-profit groups who've continued to serve our neighbors and especially those who need extra support during this time. And we now have the vaccine in our community, and the day when we can safely go about our business and gather for celebrations and holidays is coming, in a day when restaurants and shops can be not at 25% capacity, but filled to capacity with waiting lines outside. So we know that we need to, however, continue to practice our pandemic precautions. The vaccine will prevent the illness and death, So it is critically important that when you reach your category, your group, and have the opportunity, that you go ahead and get vaccinated. And I thank all of those that have taken the opportunity to do just that. Also want to thank everybody in our community for your response during the pandemic. And again, showing that one of our greatest strengths is our kindness and our compassion as a community. I have just a couple items of note on the agenda today. EDV 13 is a resolution reducing the business tax delinquency amount. And it's another way that we can support businesses during the pandemic. So generally, there's a delinquency penalty typically assessed for unpaid business tax invoices of $250. We're going to reduce that to 0 this year and provide some relief to our businesses. In addition, there are 2 more businesses that are taking advantage of the funds we've made available through our CRA Small Business Rental Assistance Program that brings us over $900,000 in funding. We'll vote on the additional 2 today. And also EDV 14 and EDV 16 are the Strive Job Program, which is a new performance level local job incentive program that we are instituting. It will use the national median wage to encourage not only high wage jobs, but also middle wage job creation. And we're using it for the first time today for the Sonesta International Hotels Corporation, making them the first recipient to receive the new incentive program. And they're opening a shared services center in downtown, which will have 80 new high value jobs over a 2-year with an average wage of $68,000. And then the last item I'll mention is EDV 15, which is an agreement with a local not-for-profit Black Orlando Tech as they embark on a 12-month exercise for the creation of a strategic plan to help address racial injustice and economic inequalities that exist for our minority entrepreneurs. The city is partnering with Orange County to fund the project, and we have worked together to grow and nurture a strong tech and entrepreneur community. They will be working with Ford Cities. With that, we'll move on to the consent agenda. And the consent agenda is a number of items that are acted upon through a single vote of council. We give each of our council members an opportunity to comment on the consent agenda items and update you on important happenings in their districts. We rotate the order that we do that. Commissioner Stewart is first up, and I will mention from the consent agenda that we have deleted items B6 and C17 for further consideration at a future meeting. With that, Commissioner Stewart, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor Dyer. Let me also extend condolences to Officer Kevin Valencia's family, Megan and his children. This is a very difficult time for everybody, including the OPD family. But to have somebody who was shot and eventually dies as a result of protecting our community is something we should never, ever forget. And I know that our OPD family has been by their side the entire time. I'm so grateful for that. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor, for your comments on the COVID 1-year anniversary. Appreciate your leadership personally with what's going on. I know that you've been at most, if not all of those press conferences supporting the city and supporting what we can do as a city. I know that a lot of those changes and challenges are not made by us in the city, which is a little bit frustrating. I know for you, I know it's frustrating for our staff. But we have stood by the county, and I appreciate the work that you've done. It's been a lot in terms of leadership to our community. So thank you very much for that, Mayor. This week, we celebrate the retirement of one of our great pastors in District 3, Pastor Andy McDonald. And he is the pastor at Whole Life Church. Used to be Florida Hospital Church over there on Orange Avenue. So thrilled about that. I get a chance to go over there on Friday and have a good socially distanced drive-through with him and his congregation. Let me go a couple of events coming up. Let me share those with you. Ivanhoe's Village Sip into String event is a socially distanced event that will take place this Saturday, the 27th. We have more than 20 participating locations. It's a wine walk, so it's outdoors, socially distanced, and you'll see all the sights and sounds of Ivanhoe Village. So you can go to their social media for more details. Also happening this Saturday is the College Park Spark along Edgewater Drive from Parr to Sheraton. It goes from 5 to 9 o'clock. There'll be local musicians performing small sets along the drive, and there'll be free trolley stops along Edgewater Drive, and there'll be special wristbands so you can get a chance to participate in one or two of those. Let me say a special thanks to Lou Gardens. We did the spring sale. Some of y'all have not seen the report on it yet. It was really, really well done. I appreciate the work that Robert Bowden went through and our venues crew. We had the largest crowd we've ever had go through there, literally 16,000 people in 2 days. When I was over there, I did not see one person without a mask. And I saw people socially distanced in their crowds, in their own pod, if you want to call it that. So it's hard to get 16,000 people through that place in 2 days without being some infraction. But I will tell you that they were very strict about masks. I thought that was a good thing. And I think that the community really responded well to that. So congratulations to them. In addition to that, there's another movie night coming up on April 2nd and the Jazz and Blues concert coming up on April 10th. All of them obviously are socially distanced and all of them are outside activities. I want to also announce, so stay tuned for those people in District 3. We're going to do a parks update that will take place on the evening of April 7th. There's going to be a virtual meeting to invite the community to come listen to the many things that are happening. We found out after looking at the packing district and other things that are happening, it just was like 6 or 7 projects all happening at one time. And so I thought it was a good idea to get them all together, get them onto one place, and then be able to share that information with the community. So that's going to take place in the evening of April 7th. There'll be a Zoom meeting in the community. If you look for more information from me, I'll appreciate it. Check out the social media and nextdoor.com for information. On the agenda items, I'll take a little bit of time if you don't mind, Mayor, please. I want to state how much I fully support a resolution F1. Tony's going to share a little bit more about it, but basically it's a resolution from our council to tell the state of Florida to please do not rob the Sadowski Fund for housing. It's an important fund for us, an important fund, and have been playing with that or robbing that for a long time. There's a lot of movement now coming from other legislators to do the same thing, and I'm really excited about that and Tony's role both as a commissioner as well as president of Florida League of Cities. I think takes a lot with that, and so Tony, I'm happy and proud to support you for that. On the other parts of the agenda, A2, we're raising the cap of the Front Yard Festival. I'm going to tell you how excited I am about seeing what happened. They told us what was going to happen and how we were going to do it. It really has been cool. And I appreciate the work that they've done over there. The only issue we've had has been weather. And so, but that will go away shortly, and then it will come back with the summer rains. But I appreciate the work that they're doing. And I appreciate listening to the music every time I get here about noontime. I can hear it in my office. So it's really kind of nice. On B16 and 17, the Orlando Tennis Center, we're doing the contract with HJ High for the tennis center, as well as adding lights in the parking area. Last meeting, I think we voted on lights for the actual tennis center itself. So excited about that going forward. J8 on the Urban Trail. It's a project that will go, I guess, District 4 and District 3. We'll start in District 4 and go in District 3. It's really neat to have that being organized and move forward. This is kind of I'm kind of excited about it. And of course, obviously look forward to working with Commissioner Sheehan about it. But the one thing I want to share with y'all is that it's a $4.6 million project, which I kind of think is a pretty good investment. But of that 4.6 million, we've been able to secure grants and support from other organizations. So the city's only going to pay $800,000 for the entire thing. We're really excited about that moving forward, and looking forward to breaking ground soon on that. We'll start on the south side, I think, and then move to the north side. And then the last thing is I'm on A5, I think it is, on changes to policies and procedures. Let me share a special thanks to Mayanne Downs and some of the changes that we made in terms of public meetings and sunshine meetings. I appreciate the work that she has added to that. Mayor, I'm a little bit concerned about moving from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. I guess probably it's probably good to have a structure, but at the same time, I know that we have also been very lenient with people that are here, and that's, I think, a lot has to do with your temper and your temperament. So I as long as we're flexible, I don't mind kind of continuing to support this. but of course, it doesn't take effect for a couple of weeks. But the idea really is that we're one of those few places that allow 5 minutes, and we've done it for 15 years. I don't see a whole lot of change there. But if you've done in the past, Mayor, if they've got 3 minutes and they want to go a little farther, you've been good about allowing
I
people.
think
to
we've
continue.
made sure that if somebody needs a little bit more time to wrap it up, but I serve on virtually all of the boards in Central Florida, it seems like, and we are the only one that is in excess of 3 minutes. Everybody else
Well,
is 3 minutes or two.
it's really how you treat people, and I think we've done a good job, and I think 5 minutes allows us to do that. But 3 minutes, we can do a good job as well. So I'm going to support that and the other issues related there. All right, great. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Stewart. Commissioner Sheehan, virtually,
Thank you, Mayor Dyer. You guys hear me okay?
we can.
Okay, thanks everyone. And thanks for accommodating me. I have had my first shot. I waited my turn and I will be back as soon as I am fully vaccinated and everything like that. Look forward to seeing you all face to face. I did come in once to fill in Mayor Dyer when you were in quarantine, but we've all done our part. And I want to thank everybody because I have underlying health issues and I have taken this pandemic very, very seriously. And I'm so happy to see the vaccines rolling out and maybe we're going to get close to ending this. I don't think any of us thought that this was going to last for a year. They kept kind of moving the goalpost. I think we would have gone crazy had we known we were going to be pretty much locked up for a year. But I really appreciate all the city employees who've been working virtually, all the city employees who have been working very hard, still in the field to OPD and the fire department, many of whom contracted COVID during their duties. Folks have done a really good job during this crisis. And I want to thank everyone from the city for doing that. And I really want to thank you, Mayor Dyer, and Mayor Demings for your leadership. I think that the reason why the numbers haven't been worse in terms of death in Florida is because local government and our local leaders, our mayors, went ahead and they made the difficult decisions to shut down and have led. And I think the state government has followed us. And I think that's the reason why the numbers have been better than they could be. And I want to thank you, Mayor Dyer, for your leadership on this, because I don't think that you've been given enough credit. Mayor Demings has been given enough credit, or the local officials throughout the state who've really led on making sure people understand, encouraging social distance masking, and making the very, very difficult decisions when it came to the shutdown. So thank you for that. I also want to add my heartbreaking condolences to the family of Officer Kevin Valencia. He was shot while trying to save 4 children during a domestic violence dispute. The suspect killed himself, the children, and now Officer Valencia. Police put their lives on the line every day for our community. Rest in peace. Well done, good and faithful servant. And you gave your all, Officer Valencia, and your family. I'm so sorry for your loss. When it is your turn to get your COVID-19 shot, please, please, please get out there and do that. I've gotten feedback from many residents throughout District 4 in the city that it's been a pretty not painless, but it's been a seamless, experience getting in there, getting your shot and getting out there. And I want to thank everyone who's made that possible, from, members of the fire department who've been going out and administering shots, to the folks at the federal government, to the state sites. Everybody's been doing a good job to try to get everybody vaccinated, and it will work the best the more people get vaccinated. So please do so when it is your turn. I'm delighted on the agenda today also to see item A4, emergency paid leave extensions for any city employees who do contract COVID. We still have several hundred cases a day, unfortunately, of new COVID happening in Orange County. So we need to we need to remain vigilant until we get folks to get these vaccinations. And I'm glad that we as an employer are continuing to keep our employees safe. I just want to make a comment on the holiday decorations. Yes, this is a large expenditure, $1.6 million, but we have to purchase them for the entire city. We had been renting them. I think it's better to make the purchase than continue the rental agreement, which costs a good bit of money as well. And once we own them, that will not be such a great expenditure year after year. But I think the one thing that really helped people, especially during this difficult time, we put holiday decorations in Lake Eola Park. It gave some people something to do. It gave them something to look forward to. And I think that Christmas decorations do create a sense of place. Any other tourist destination that you go to in Europe, all over the place, if we want to be a world-class city, we have to do things in a world-class way. And I think that, you know, the holidays, putting up decorations, I think that, you know, anything that we do to help create a sense of place in Orlando is a good thing. And when I traveled to Europe, I will never forget that every city in Europe that I went to, each one had a beautiful Christmas decorations or holiday decorations. It made the experience very memorable. And you know what? We can have nice things in Orlando, and I think we should. And I think we should invest in them. I'm very happy to see item 13, eliminating delinquency fees for the business tax receipts. I know a lot of businesses are struggling right now, and that's a great thing. And I'm delighted to see item C14, Sonesta Shared Services Center. That's going to be Landmark Building over near Lake Eola. That's going to be creating 80 positions under the STRIVE program, strategic targeted recruitment incentive for valid employment. I love these acronyms, but that's actually a city program. Good job to everybody in economic development that's been working on that. And on item F1, I also want to applaud Commissioner Ortiz and the work of the National League of Cities. $2 billion has been raided from the Sadowski Affordable Housing Act by the Florida legislature. That money is paid by the realtors for the dock stamps, and that's supposed to go to support affordable housing. And it should be used for affordable housing. So I'm glad to see a House bill resolution supporting, this is a resolution supporting Senate Bill 510, House Bill 13. This needs to happen so that these trust funds, and they're called trust funds for a reason, there should be a sense of trust that they're not going to be stolen from the funds that they're supposed to be used for. So I want to thank Senator Ed Hooper and Representative Sam Killebrew for sponsoring these bills, for the Florida League of Cities for making this a priority, and Commissioner Ortiz, especially, you know, under his leadership. And it's about time we called this out. The legislature is constantly preempting us and messing in our business and not taking care of the business of the people, which is to not raid the trust funds. So thanks for that today. Also on H1, we're having a lot more permits coming forward. We have very strict COVID protocols for all the events that are happening at Lake Eola Park. I'm delighted to see the Orlando Shakespeare Group is coming back to Lake Eola. Arts groups have been disproportionately impacted by COVID, so I'm really glad that we are supporting Orlando Shakes and helping them, you know, with their recovery, especially the arts community who's been hit very, very hard during COVID. And I'm also very happy to see the Urban Trail Gap extension. And one of the problems is we've built portions of the urban trail, but then it stops, and then it picks up again, and there's these gaps. I call them the missing links. You know, it's like you're a little Neanderthal riding a bicycle and you hit the missing link. So I'm really hoping that with this program, we'll finally be able to go from hospital to hospital, from Orlando Health to Advent Health, all the way to Mead Gardens, all throughout the city of Orlando. That's really exciting to have a trail network that people can really use, and I'm delighted to see that. So good work, everyone. And that's all I had. Mayor Dyer, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Sheehan. Move to Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Mayor Dyer, and good afternoon, all. I also want to extend my condolences to Officer Valencia's family and his OPD family. I know he was a brother to many of you all there at OPD, and we grieve with you all. Also want to echo some of the sentiments of Mayor Dyer. Thank you, sir, for your support in these two initiatives. I know they were led by our staff and also your leadership. When we start talking about that strategic targeted recruitment incentive for values employment, that acronym there is something. Sherry, congratulations to you and your team. I tell you, Mayor, it's been hard pressed sometime when we start talking about the incentives for QTI, those high wage jobs that never will be realized in certain areas when those incentives came down. Congratulations to Commissioner Gray. I'm not taking anything away from Lake Nona and those QTIs. But when we start talking about this particular program here and this incentive program, we start talking about workforce jobs. We start talking about only 10 jobs are needed to start with these incentives. So what I see is more economic development in our inner core and our opportunity zones where people, we want them to come and invest, and these incentives are being made possible. So I just want to say I'm excited to see where this will take us and all the new companies and more so local jobs, local jobs. Um, Oftentimes we talk about the digital divide in our urban core with our Black community having access. But this is focused on our urban core and our Black community when it comes to the tech divide, which exists when we start talking about technology and the careers and startups. I'm just so excited about this partnership with Orange County as we support Black Orlando Tech. Black Orlando Tech has been working to accelerate minority economic advancement through tech careers since 2016. I remember when they came into my office talking about the less than inclusion and not being at the table. So I think this will now put them there in the room, also give them their space over at the Entrepreneur Center or wherever they may choose to lead these efforts, which are forward cities having pioneered the development of nation's first self-assessment tool to measure the health and equity of the entrepreneur ecosystem. So as always, our goal here at the City of Orlando is to address the inequities that prevent all entrepreneurs from assessing opportunities in Orlando and creating a plan to fill these equity gaps in our entrepreneur economy. So as the city has moved forward with closing the disparity gaps in our urban core and Black and brown communities, this is yet another step forward with us not just talking about it, but actually doing something about it. And it's because of the leadership that we have in Mayor Dyer and this council. And I say thank you, thank you. I often say Black lives don't matter until Black wealth matter. And this is what this is focused on. And here we sit a year later after the shutdown of COVID. Uh, and I'm glad to say another gap is closing, and that was access of the COVID-19 vaccine. When it first rolled out, it did not find its way to Black and brown communities. But I must say, through the leadership of Mayor Dyer and Mayor Dimmons and the advocates here in these communities, that there's more than enough now, Mayor. Every day there's sites open up mobile. I know Commissioner Burns, underneath his hat of CEO Burns of the healthcare clinic, are going mobile inside the homes of those that are shed in. I've been working with the Department of, Florida Department of Emergency Management, where there are vaccine sites now. Tomorrow we'll be over in Paramore again. We have been over at the Shiloh Baptist Church where 500 vaccines were given. Today, I just left another site with them where 250 vaccines were given on the west side of Orlando. I am now working with them where 3 more sites this week will be identified on the west side of Orlando. And of course, the FEMA site, which thousands and thousands have been dispensed in shots and arms there in District 5, west side of Orlando at the Valencia Community College. You know, it was stated, why aren't we getting these vaccines, especially when it was noted, because we believe in data we're 4 times as many African Americans and Latinos. Uh, Did that right, Commissioner? Hope I made you proud. Latinos are being impacted by the COVID-19 virus, and 3 times as many African Americans were dying. Where now, because these vaccines are going out in our community, the numbers are going down, the hesitance of receiving this vaccine is going down because they see people that look like them receiving this life-saving vaccine. So for everyone that's involved, wherever you were in your advocacy or opening up your church doors, or even those there on the front line, the 101st Airborne National Guard, I want to say thank you. This has just been phenomenal. I know we're almost going to get there. And as Commissioner Sheehan stated, for those that haven't quite fell inside the criteria yet to receive the vaccine, continue to wear your mask, continue to social distance, continue to wash your hands and sanitize. I can say help is on the way. It's just a matter of days or a matter of weeks before you also will get this life-saving vaccine, but you still can continue to save a life by adhering to these CDC guidelines that has been put before us. I'd like to thank Links Transportation, who has worked diligently and with my office by providing transportations to those that have been calling. I'd like to thank those that have been going door to door with me on the ground, registering people and signing them up for this transportation. And also Pegasus Transportation, Miss Claudia Menez. She is a minority owner of a transportation company here in the city of Orlando. And she has volunteered her bus line because the bus lines have been shut down because of the lack of events here in the city of Orlando, to transport these seniors to the FEMA site. So thank you, Claudia, for assisting us in those efforts. I was able to attend the Boys and Girls Club grand opening there in the West Lakes area with Mayor Dyer. Thank you to Ms. Jacqueline and Mr. Clarence Otis for their gracious contribution of building this building where I call hope, where I call the beacon of the West Side, where children now will get these after school tutoring programs and arts and crafts. We know we are behind when it comes to learning because of COVID. And hopefully this also will close this gap when it will open sometime in April, but over the summer, to help our children get back on track, since many of them in that area have not been able to attend school because they have not had internet access, and many of their parents, because they haven't been able to go back to work, have not been able to provide transportation for them to get to school. So it's, when we reopen, a lot of things are going to be behind businesses, our health, and education. And I do believe, because of the great leadership we have here in the county and the city, and with these new COVID dollars coming down to be allocated to this community, we will next year this time hopefully see our way and have a lot to be rejoiceful for. On Thursday, March 18th, I was able to attend the Florida Black Caucus of local elected officials underneath the Florida League of Cities. Our president, he's uncomfortable with me saying that. He's not my commissioner on that capacity, but he's our president, Commissioner Tony Ortiz, which he did the opening ceremony. And I was able, even though sitting here on this dais almost 8 years, to see Commissioner Ortiz in a whole nother light of excellence, of leadership, of power, and of authority, but of humility. and he spoke about the struggle of African Americans. He talked about discrimination and did research. And I also learned some things by his research that I did not know. Commissioner Ortiz did not just go back to the 1900s. He went back from the mass exodus, unwanted, of the African slave and how we got here and all the disparities and discriminatory, excuse me, I'm kind of nervous, practices that have held the African Americans and Americans of my hue behind even to now, and how he now realized and how he's going to help close that gap under his leadership and tenure as the Florida League of City President. And I say thank you, Commissioner Ortiz. Thank you so much. I think with that, that's a good way to close. I'm just, we have a long day, so I'm going to close with that. And
Thank you,
that's it.
Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Burns?
All right, thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, fellow commissioners. I'd like to start off also expressing my condolences for the family and fellow colleagues of Officer Valencia. I also want to take this moment to congratulate Ms. Juanita Vinson of Carver Shores. On March 1st, she was named the Neighborhood Block Captain of the Year for District 6. Ms. Vinson is a lifelong resident of Orlando and has lived in Carver Shores for over 40 years. I'm proud of her leadership and the love she has for her community. I want to thank her for the work that she does with the Homeowners Association and the Neighborhood Watch in Carver Shores. So just want to encourage Ms. Vincent to keep up the fantastic work. Also, Mayor, I'd just like to acknowledge Carl Anderson and his team with the Neighborhood Watch program. They've really energized many of our neighborhood associations and encouraging them to start or rekindle their Neighborhood Watch program. So I'd like to say thank you for his leadership in that. Also, to celebrate Women's History Month, I named Vitality Wellness Spa as the business of the month for District 6, located at 2132 Bruton Boulevard. It's owned by Hillary Harris. Vitality has been in the district for almost 2 years and offers an array of spa services. Mayor Dyer, I know you had the opportunity to go by there and visit, so thank you for doing that. And I'm grateful that Ms. Hillary has her business in District 6, and I encourage residents to support Vitality Wellness as our business of the month for March. Also on March 3rd, I hosted a community meeting for District 6 at the Smith Center and over Zoom. As usual, we had a robust turnout of residents who voiced their concerns, presented ideas, and asked questions about varied projects. I want to take this opportunity to thank code enforcement, OPD transportation, streets and stormwater, as well as parks and recreations for participating and engaging our residents. Mayor, I'm always impressed by our city staff and their commitment to improvement and service to our residents. And this is a meeting that took place after hours, but all who I mentioned had a representative that stayed for the entire time. I think we may have ended about 8:30 or 9 o'clock. So thank you again for the committed city staff. This past Saturday, my office hosted our inaugural Jazz in the Park at Bill Frederick Park at Turkey Lake, right here in, well, not right here, but in District 6. And we took it was a time we took a mental health break to really just enjoy some great local talent, some good food from local vendors in District 6. We had a pod set up similar to the Front Yard Festival. And so we were socially distanced, masks were required outside of the pods. We had signs posted to remind guests to abide by the guidelines. So thank you to the staff of the Smith Center, Hankins Park, Bill Frederick Park for their assistance in helping us to pull off such a great event. Also, we wanted to take the time to kind of re-showcase Bill Frederick Park at Turkey Lake because I believe, the best park in the city of Orlando. And so we wanted to make sure that our residents knew about the park. Some hadn't been to Turkey Lake Park in years. So it was a great opportunity just to showcase one of the great assets that we have in our community. We featured local artists like the likes of Naomi Joy, Carolyn Hardin, Dara Moody, and Ocean Breeze, as well as CeCe Tennille and Soul Commotion. So it was a great time. Also, I'd like to thank the Florida Division of Emergency Management for bringing its mobile unit out to vaccinate our guests and individuals of the general public. 250 people received the COVID-19 vaccine. It was the Johnson & Johnson shot. So it was a one hit, and you can not forget, but you can continue to go and not worry about another appointment. So just want to say thank you to the state for that. But also, Mayor, thank you for your leadership and the rest of my commissioners, Commissioner Hill for her advocacy for equitable distribution of the vaccine, because it will continue to take our entire community to end this COVID-19 pandemic. Also, I'd like to congratulate Madeline Francois for being named Neighborhood Champion of the Year. So thank you, Mayor, for that recognition and for her contributions to St. Andrews neighborhood in Metro West. Ms. Francois has always been a tireless community advocate, and I'm proud that she is a resident of District 6. So again, congratulations, Ms. Francois, for your great work. Also, fellow commissioners, we know that we're able to do what we can do because of the great staff that we have. And I'd like to acknowledge my staff, my executive aide, Jason Henry, but also our newest member of our team, Ms. Carolyn Austin. And during this pandemic, Carolyn Austin actually assisted over 800 seniors to access a COVID-19 vaccines through a Walmart offline system that we had put in place. And so we now affectionately refer to her as the Queen of Vaccines. So we want to just thank Carolyn for all that she's done and just grabbing the hands of many of our seniors and walking them through the process, but actually making the appointments for them and following up to see if they needed any transportation assistance. So for the council agenda today, I wanted to just acknowledge A2, the amendment agreement to United Arts of Central Florida to increase the grants for nonprofits to access and put on performances at the Front Yard Festival, going from 10,000 to 15,000. I think this will assist a lot of our small nonprofits to gain access to this great venue and allow them to showcase all of their programs. Also, A4, the emergency paid leave through September 21, giving employees up to 80 hours of PTO if they are required to quarantine or fall ill due to COVID-19. So like to just say, I'm very supportive and glad that we have taken those steps. Also, C15 Black Orlando Tech support this agreement. And Black Orlando Tech works to accelerate minority economic advancement through tech careers. So they do great work, and I'm glad that we're able to support them at this level. Also on D2, supportive of the MOU for the Promised Neighborhood Grant. D3, the agreement between the Orlando Ballet and for a senior dance program at El Claudia Allen, as well as at the Beardall Senior Centers. I know our seniors at El Claudia Allen are waiting to get back into the center, and I'm sure they would enjoy some dancing programs. Also, D4, the agreement with the Orlando Repertory Theater for youth programs at various neighborhood centers. And last but not least, I'd just like to, for F1, the resolution to support the full appropriations of state and local housing trust funds for the state budget of 2021, according to the Sadowski Act of 1992. And I'd just like to also say thank you to Commissioner Ortiz for your work in bringing this resolution here for our consideration today. And that completes my remarks, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll move to Commissioner Gray.
Thank you, Mayor. A few comments about things in the area, and then I'll get to the agenda. First of all, certainly condolences to Officer Valencia's family and the OPD family. So, Chief, if you'd take that back, we would be grateful. Thank you. In the neighborhood, District 1, a couple of kind of key events in the last couple of weeks I wanted to mention. On 2/25, Tavistock Development Company sponsored a community meeting to share some of the events going on. We had over 300 participants virtually with a waiting list. So clearly a lot of moving parts out there, but I appreciate them taking the time to kind of educate neighbors on activities in the community. On the weekend of the 28th, as I said before, Lake Nona sponsored a ladies professional golf tournament. Unfortunately, with COVID, we couldn't have guests there, but very well received. It didn't hurt that the weather was perfect. And I suspect folks around the country saw that. And so that's good advertising for Central Florida. But hopefully next year they'll be back and we can all go out and enjoy. Congrats to our Neighborhood Watch winner, Linda Theory. Linda not only does a lot in District 1 to help with the Neighborhood Watch, but she organizes some events and also took an initiative with some neighborhood ladies to sew masks when COVID started so that everybody had masks at the time. So well-deserved for Linda, and also Laureate Park, which was the Neighborhood Watch Group of the Year. That neighborhood is so large, we have 20 plus or minus block captains. So the notion of constantly recruiting and training and keeping everybody in step is quite a job. So congrats to those folks. On March 1st, UCF and HCA opened the UCF Teaching Hospital, which is quite an event and quite an addition to the Lake Nona area. So I'd encourage you to go out there and see that when time permits. On the 16th, I was fortunate enough to meet Cassandra Matee, who is the new executive director of Visit Orlando. And I was impressed with her, and I think she'll do quite a great job for Visit Orlando. So Cassandra, welcome to the neighborhood. And was mentioned earlier, I wanted to give everybody an early good wishes for the upcoming Easter weekend. We have starting off with Palm Sunday, I guess, this coming Sunday, and then Easter the following week. So hope everybody has a good time with Easter. On the agenda, look, there's a lot of great things on this agenda. It is packed with issues, and you folks have mentioned some, and I'm not going to give Tony any credit for anything. His head's getting big enough now. We can barely get him in this little slot, so I'm not going to mention that. But look, the one I mentioned before, a lot of good things, but I really do not like B13, and here's why. I'm all about holiday decorations. I think it's great. Commissioner Sheehan made some good points. It's a feel-good story when you go. But folks, sometimes I worry that we're not taking the economic implications and aftermath of COVID seriously enough. And I think we should pause. We're not going to go broke spending $1.7 million on holiday decorations. I get it. But just by definition, the federal government didn't do a $2 trillion stimulus package because everything is hunky-dory. Whether that's the right amount or not, we can argue, doesn't matter. But clearly we've got some headwinds. And what bothers me or concerns me the most is a couple of things. We still have a ton of people unemployed in the city. And if they're not unemployed, they're underemployed. And we've got a lot of small businesses that went broke and don't have the financial horsepower to start again. And so they're going to have to try to find jobs and to assimilate in. And so the biggest issue is kind of the business I'm in, which is I office downtown. I'm in the real estate business. One of the largest sources of tax revenue we have is this 10-block area called Orange Avenue. And right now, those office buildings are about 25% occupied. Who knows, after we get folks vaccinated, does everybody come back to work? Do some come back? Do the rest work from home? But look, when you have empty office buildings, that hurts the value of those assets. And when you hurt the value of the assets, you're hurting the tax revenue that they generate. And right now, it's got somewhere between 1.2 million and 1.5 million square feet of sublease office space. That's about 5% of the market. Again, we can absorb that, we can deal with that, but when you have that much sublease space, it puts pressure on the other office space. And so all I'm trying to say is, folks, I hope that as city leaders, we have to understand that we have limited financial resources and we have to be very careful how we spend those, because I certainly don't know, and I challenge anybody who thinks they do know, what the longer term implications of coming out of COVID mean because we may have some real challenges. Affordable housing was a problem when we had full employment pre-COVID. Well, it's not going to get any easier when we have people out of work. So we have needs for our resources, and as much as I love snowflakes, $1.7 million for decorations is just not a priority at this time. And so I definitely vote against that one because I don't think it's a good use. But with that, Mayor, I will quit preaching, and I appreciate your time.
Okay, Commissioner Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm hurt. Just kidding. I want to echo the sentiment of my peers. I'd like to express my deepest condolences to the Valencia family, especially Megan and Caleb and Colton. Officer Valencia's passing is devastating loss to the city of Orlando, and I pray that his family, friends, and colleagues find strength and peace during this difficult time. So, Chief, if you can convey, please, my condolences to the family. Thank you. On Monday, February 22nd, I had the pleasure of traveling to the Florida Panhandle, first time in 36 years, to meet with city officials, business leaders, local residents, and the media to continue the fight for a home rule, local voices making local choices. Just in time for the 2021 legislative session, I want to thank Florida League of City staff, Lynn Tipton, director of the Florida League of Cities University, and Scott Dudley, director of field advocacy, for being my tour guides, as well as making sure the trip went smoothly. We started out our journey in Pensacola, made stops in Fort Walton Beach, Panama City, Apalachicola, and ended in Tallahassee. I'm also grateful for the warm welcome and hospitality each mayor of these great towns and cities granted us during our visit. Mayor Grover Robinson IV, Mayor Dick Reinerson, Mayor Greg Brutnicki, Mayor Kevin Vegas, and Mayor John Daly are exemplary officials. It's encouraging and inspiring to be a part of such a huge network of local leaders who advocate for the residents' best interests and are moving with great momentum towards building stronger cities. On March 2nd, our government academy commenced. We have 32 awesome students who come to class every Tuesday, eager to learn more about the ways of government and how they can stay informed in order to improve their daily lives and the lives of those around them. So far, we have touched on the topics of federal, state, and judicial system of government. I want to thank once again Ms. Lynn Tipton and Judge Gisela Laurent of the 9th Judicial Circuit for their endless support of this course and coming back every year to teach. On Wednesday, March the 3rd, FEMA and the City of Orlando partnered together to operate a COVID-19 vaccination site at the Englewood Neighborhood Center. I want to give a huge shout out to Mr. Manny Soto, April Taylor, Dave Arnott, Alex Temes, and the Englewood Community Center staff for all the work they put into make this event a successful and prosperous one. Over 2,000 residents were vaccinated with the first dose and will be receiving their second dose on March 24th through March 27th. On Saturday, March 13th, I was one of 6 judges for the National Oratorical Contest hosted by the American Legion, where high school students prepare a set of speeches 3 to 8 minutes long regarding the United States Constitution and its amendments. It was an amazing experience. At one point, I felt like I was witnessing the Second Continental Congress with Jefferson, Hamilton, and Franklin speaking. I want to congratulate Max Shakett of Lake Highland Preparatory for his outstanding performance and taking home first place. Also, thank you to Ms. Mary West, contest chair and Air Force veteran, for her service and invitation to be part of this great initiative. On Saturday, March 13th, I joined Kittyverse for the grand opening. I want to congratulate owners Taji Wiafi, John Kalu, Dave Wiafi, and Obuchi Chukwu for their new venture in District 2. I foresee a prosperous future ahead and feel honored that they have chosen our community as their home. Thank you to the Lake Nona Chamber of Commerce, Arbra Calvert, Felicity Gomer, Joel Ferguson, and Edward Jones for assisting with and facilitating a great event. On Thursday, March 19th, I had the great honor of joining the Florida Black Caucus of local elected officials to speak at their spring conference. I joined Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Burns, alongside with many other leaders, in a wonderful conference discussing FBC Leo's mission and tackling pressing issues such as affordable housing and economic development in the great state of Florida. It was a great time with my peers, sharing knowledge and also sharing the mission of FBC Leos. I want to thank also the President, Ms. Teresa Watkins Brown, Councilwoman from the city of Fort Myers. Along those lines, and something that we discussed, we have found out, and thank you, Commissioner Hill, for your comments, but something that I must say is that, and I'm saying it with the best of intentions, but there's so much ignorance in this nation in terms of our history. And every day I find that, I don't know if it's because of our schools not facilitating this information, but it doesn't take much for us to immerse ourselves in the books and find our history and find the cloud that surrounds this great nation of ours when it comes to the history of Black Americans. And I encourage people to dig in. I encourage people to find more about the history, because I think that will facilitate in the future how we legislate at all levels. Alongside with that, there's also the other cultures, the Latino, the Asian Americans, and I think we have to go back in history and do some digging, because we should not, as many instances I've heard, we should not lose history in terms of the knowledge and the teachings we can get from our history, so we don't make the same mistakes in the future. So, I want to acknowledge and give a big thanks to the Orlando Sentinel for addressing, actually the editorial team and reporters, for addressing new legislations that have been proposed during this year's legislative session and keeping our residents thoroughly informed. And on K3, in the agenda, item K3, Valencia College Fund, the donation to the Valencia College Fund. About 5 years ago, we started this initiative aimed to enhance the recruitment and create a pool of local candidates for public service through a program called the Central Florida Public Service College and Career Readiness Program. This program would facilitate the onset of academic college education in the fields of law and order, firefighting, correctional, and other practices, safety practices to high school students through pathways and dual enrollment. In addition, this program will also enhance administrative and economic efficiency to local municipalities and counties. I want to go back and thank those who were involved in this particular program, because it's been very effective. And today, with the new, with the joining of the Jones High School and Lake Nona, I think it's going to even augment and enhance our program. I think the motivation that have been brought forward by the Orlando Police Department, the chiefs, Chief Orlando Rolón and deputy chiefs, and I believe it's the Realtors Association. Am I correct about that? I'm really looking forward to the future in public service, especially to those in our region. Today, this donation will cover for students coming out of the city of Orlando, but I welcome other cities in the region. This is a program that covers Osceola County and Orange County, the school boards and all the, as I said before, all the police departments, correctional departments, and firefighter departments for the 2 counties. And I welcome, if they want to donate to this fund, it would be awesome. And just want to clarify that donations made by different cities, those monies will be used for their particular students in their own cities. So I think it's a great program. It's going to be helping deserving young women and men, and eventually it's going to become, after we reach a certain amount, it's going to become an endowment. So I look forward to see other cities participating and private entities. Item F1, resolutions on resolution the Sadowski Fund. My peers have been talking about this, and it's something that I want to read this particular instance from the council agenda item. The Sadowski Act passed in 1992, increasing the dog stamps tax paid on all real estate transactions and placing these monies in a dedicated state and local housing fund, trust fund. 70% of money go to local government housing trust fund for the State Housing Initiative Partnership Program, also known as SHIP, which funds housing programs in all 67 counties and larger cities. 30% of monies go to the State Housing Trust Fund for Florida Housing Finance Corporation programs such as the State Apartment Incentive Loan Program, SAIL. SAIL funds can be used to rehabilitate existing apartments in dire need of repair or to build new units where needed. Apartments that house Florida's most vulnerable populations, such as the frail elderly and persons with disabilities. SHIP and SAIL are highly leveraged with private sector loans and equity, providing $4 to $6 for every $1 of state funding, thus greatly increasing economic impact. The appropriation of the estimated $423.3 million in the state and local housing trust funds in fiscal year 2021-2022 into Florida's housing program will create over 33,000 jobs and more than 4.9 billion in positive economic impact in Florida. 423.3 million appropriation will have an immediate return on investment of 39%, as the programs will generate over 167 million in increased revenue. Of the 296.6 million allocated to SHIP in fiscal year 2021-2022, Orlando is projected to receive 4.1 million. Funds can be used for repair of existing housing stock to allow seniors to age in place or to provide retrofitting for persons with special needs. SHIP funding can also be used to provide first-time homeownership with down payment and closing cost assistance, as well as preservation of existing housing. Now comes the painful part. Since 2003, the state legislature has diverted more than $2 billion of the Housing Trust Fund revenues to the Budget Stabilization Fund and the General Revenue Fund. The attached resolution expressed the City of Orlando's support of Senate Bill 510 by Senator Ed Hooper and House Bill 13 by Representative Sam Killebrew, which would forbid the legislature from sweeping trust fund monies in future years and ensure that the City of Orlando receive its appropriate allocation of these funds. Not only are we doing this resolution, I'm asking for every resident of not only our city, our region, or our state to call their representative in Tallahassee and tell them to support these bills. Right now we have a housing crisis around the nation. We cannot allow for a cent of this particular fund to go nowhere else but to housing. So I thank each one of my peers. Mayor, thank you so much for supporting this. Each and every one of our staff, thank you for allowing us for helping us with this too. So I'm gonna just read the last lines of the resolution because it's pretty long and we already talked about everything that is covered in it. Whereas current projections predict that the state documentary stamp tax will generate approximately $425 million for the state and local housing trust funds in fiscal year 2021-2022, of which $297 million would be allocated to the State Housing Initiatives Partnership Program, SHIP. And whereas Florida's affordable housing needs far exceed available funds. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, as follows. Section 1, that we strongly urge the Florida Legislature to fully appropriate revenues from the state documentary stamp tax to the State Housing Trust Fund and the Local Government Housing Trust Fund for the fiscal year 2021-2022, state budget, that we strongly urge the governor to support the full appropriation of the State Housing Trust Fund and the Local Government Housing Trust Fund for the fiscal year 2021-2022 state budget, that we support Senate Bill 510 and House Bill 13, which both propose to exempt the State Housing Trust Fund and the Local Government Housing Trust Fund from a provision of state law authorizing the legislature in the General Appropriation Act to transfer unappropriated cash balances from specified trust funds to the Budget Stabilization Fund and the General Revenue Fund. The rest is severability and scrivener's error. So with that being said, effective date, this resolution will take effect immediately upon adoption. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, staff. And Mayor, with all that being said, I move to accept the agenda.
Second.
Okay, motion on the consent agenda by Commissioner Ortiz, second by Commissioner Stewart. All in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? And so the motion carries. That will, let's see, how about if we, without objection, recess the City Council meeting and convene the CRA meeting? First item is accepting CRA Advisory Board meeting minutes from December 10th.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Stewart, second by Commissioner Hill. All in favor indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Second is moving.
So move.
Second.
Second.
CRA meeting minutes from February 22nd, 2021. Motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Sheehan. All in favor indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Okay, Thomas, number 3.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Item number 3 is approving a high-wage, high-value funding agreement with Sinestro
International Hotels Corporation. Of course, this program was created back in 2006 for the express purpose of attracting high-wage, high-value jobs into the downtown CRA, particularly those associated with targeted industries and particularly associated with the headquarters for those companies. Recently, you approved amendments to the program that made minimum requirements for the amount of space for each incented employee, as well as a minimum amount of time to be spent physically within the incentive space within the downtown area. The program allows up to $4,000 per job in incentives to qualified applicants. In this application, Sinestro Hotels Corporation, as the mayor indicated earlier, is looking to locate in downtown what they call a shared services center. They bring in 80 high-wage jobs, as Mayor indicated, at over $68,000 per job, which is more than 115% of the area annual private sector wage in Orange County. And they take down some 18,000 square feet in Class A office space and would invest just over $1,050,000 in the build out of that office space. So if there are no questions, staff is requesting approval of the high-wage, high-value program funding agreement between the CRA and Sinestro International Hotels Corporation, and authorization for the chairman of the CRA and the executive director of the CRA to execute the agreement, subject to the review and approval of the city attorney's office and approval of expenditures from the Downtown Orlando Community Redevelopment Area Trust Fund in the amount of up to $220,000 in high-wage, high-value job creation program funding for Sinestro International Hotels Corporation.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Sheehan, second by Commissioner Hill. Questions for Thomas or discussion? Hearing, seeing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. All right, on to number 4.
Item number 4 is approving an amendment to City CRA Open Space Agreement back in 2019. The city and the CRA entered into an agreement to allow CRA funding to be allowed for projects, for open space projects on city-owned property and facilities. This amendment 1 would add the underwrite to that list and would allow and provide for up to $1 million in CRA funding to be utilized toward infrastructure to support the underwrite. And again, if there are no questions, staff is requesting approval of the amendment 1 to the open space agreement, subject to review and approval by the city attorney's office and authorization for the chairman and the executive director to execute such agreement.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Stewart. Questions or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. And number 5.
And finally, number 5 is approving the Small Business Rental Assistance Program funding agreements. Again, as the mayor indicated in his comments, there are 2 applications before you. You recall that this program allows for up to $5,000 a month for up to 6 months, for a total of up to $30,000 for businesses that qualify for rental assistance as a COVID relief, part of our COVID relief initiatives. The 2 applications before you have a combined total funding of just over $19,000. And again, if there are no questions, staff is requesting approval of the funding agreements in substantially the form attached here too, between the CRA and the businesses listed in the attached exhibit, authorization for the chairman of the CRA and the executive director of the CRA to execute the funding agreements with such businesses.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Stewart. Discussion or questions? All in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries.
I
For the
just-
business, Thomas?
There's none, Mayor. Thank you.
I just want to thank you personally, Thomas, for coming and being a panelist on economic development before all of the elected officials in Florida that were African-American. And you represented us well. It was well planned, very great information. And when you left, people were really impressed by what we're doing here in Orlando, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that. Glad to do it.
Okay, then we will adjourn the CRA meeting without objection and reconvene the city council meeting. That brings us to hearings ordinances on first reading. And the first ordinance is 2021-16. And I had mentioned at agenda review that there were a number of ordinances and various appeals that all relate to the Rose Art proposed project. And what I propose to do is to defer the ordinances that are on hearings, ordinances first read and ordinances first read to be heard after the legislative appeal and the quasi judicial appeal. So those are items 11.1 under hearings ordinances under first read, and items 13.2 and 6 under ordinances first read. And those are ordinances 20-21, 14, 16, and 24. And when we get to the legislative appeal, I mentioned during agenda review that we'll hear from staff. We'll give appellants, all of the appellants, 10 minutes each, 5 minutes to anybody for public comment, and then give the applicant an opportunity to respond. Quasi judicial will do staff, petitioner or attorney get 5 minutes, and then applicant or attorney will get 5 minutes. Okay, so that would bring us to hearings ordinances first read number 2.
Ordinance number 2021-18, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, amending the city's adopted growth management plan to assign the urban village future land use map designation to approximately 39.57 acres of land generally located north of Beck Road, east of Boggy Creek Road, and west of Happy Lane. Further amending the city's growth management plan to establish a new sub-area policy for the same property to provide a maximum development program and required land development regulations, and inclusion in the Southeast Orlando sector plan, providing for amendment of the city's official future land use maps, providing for severability, correction of scrivener's error, and an effective date.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gray, second by Commissioner Ortiz. Madam Clerk, is there anyone that would like to testify related to this matter?
No, Mayor.
Discussion among commissioners. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, and so the motion carries. Okay, that'll take us to hearings ordinances on second reading, number 1.
Ordinance number 2021-6, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, vacating, closing, and abandoning Industrial Way between Diversified Way and North Orange Blossom Trail, comprised of 0.545 acres of land, more or less, providing for conditions of abandonment, providing for the execution of affecting documents, severability, correction of scrivener's error, and an effective date.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stewart. Where was the
Second.
Commissioner Hill? Madam Clerk, is there anyone that would like to testify related to this matter?
No, Mayor.
Discussion among commissioners. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Okay, number 12.
Ordinance number 2021-10, an ordinance granting petition of Lennar Homes LLC establishing and naming the Story Drive Community Development District pursuant to Chapter 190 Florida statutes, describing the external boundaries, the functions, and the powers of the district, designating 5 persons to serve as the initial members of the district's Board of Supervisors, providing a severability clause and an effective date.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Burns, second by Commissioner Sheehan. Madam Clerk?
No speakers, Mayor.
Discussion, hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. All right, number 3, Madam Clerk.
Ordinance number 2021-12, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, rezoning certain land generally located north of W.D. Jones Road, east of North John Young Parkway, south of West Princeton Street, and west of Texas Avenue, and comprised of 19.71 acres of land, more or less, from holding zoning district with the Wekiva Overlay District to Planned Development Zoning District with the Wekiva Overlay District, providing a site plan and special land development regulations of the Planned Development District, providing for severability, correction of scrivener's error, permit disclaimer, and an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Stewart, second by Commissioner Gray. Madam Clerk?
No speakers.
Discussion, hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. And number 4.
Ordinance number 2021-13, an ordinance of the Code of the City of Orlando, Florida, relating to the business tax delinquency penalty, specifically amending Section 36.04, entitled Business Tax Receipt Renewal, Dates Due and Delinquent, Penalties, Proration, and Annexation Waiver to provide for the City Council to reduce a certain business tax delinquency penalty, providing legislative findings and for codification, correction of scrivener's error, severability, and an effective date.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ortiz, second by Commissioner Stewart. Madam Clerk?
No comments, Mayor.
Discussion, hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Let's move to ordinances on first reading, number 1.
Ordinance number 2021-11, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, annexing to the corporate limits of the city certain land generally located north of Curry Ford Road, east of Wise Avenue, south of Range Street, and west of Primrose Drive, and comprised of 0.71 acres of land, more or less, and amending the city's boundary description, amending the city's adopted growth management plan to designate the property as Community Activity Center on the city's official future land use maps, designating the property as a Community Activity Center zoning district on the city's official zoning maps, providing for amendment of the city's official future land use and zoning maps, providing for severability, correction of scrivener's error, permit disclaimer, and an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sheehan, second by Commissioner Stewart. Madam Clerk?
No speakers, Mayor.
Discussion, hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. All right, as I mentioned, we will skip number 2 and move on to number 3.
Ordinance number 2021-17, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, annexing to the corporate limits of the city certain land generally located north of Beth Road, east of Boggy Creek Road, and west of Happy Lane, and comprised of 39.57 acres of land, more or less, providing for severability, correction of scrivener's error, and an effective date.
Move to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Gray, second by Commissioner Ortiz. Madam Clerk?
No comments, Mayor.
Discussion, hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Number 4.
Ordinance number 2021-19, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, designating certain land generally located north of Beth Road, east of Boggy Creek Road, and west of Happy Lane, and comprised of 39.57 acres of land as planned development with the Aircraft Noise Overlay District, providing a development plan and special land development regulations of the Planned Development District, providing for severability, correction of scrivener's error.
Madam Clerk?
No comments, Mayor.
Discussion, hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Number 5.
Ordinance number 2021-20, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, annexing to the corporate limits of the city certain land generally located south of Prairie Ford Road between South Bumby Avenue and Peel Avenue, and comprised of 3.78 acres of land more or less, and amending the city's boundary description, amending the city's growth management plan to designate the property as Community Activity Center on the city's official future land use maps, amending the city's growth management plan to amend the policy line and future land use policy S.2 1.1, and to add future land use sub-area policy S.2 1.2, designating the property as a planned development zoning district on the city's official zoning maps, providing for special land development regulations, providing for amendment of the city's official future land use and zoning maps, providing for severability, correction of scrivener's error, permit disclaimer, and an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sheehan, second by Commissioner Hill. Madam Clerk.
No comments, Mayor.
Discussion, hearing none. All in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Okay, number 6 is the third one that we will skip for now, and we'll move on to number 7.
Ordinance number 2021-26, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida relating to the street pole banners, amending section 64.321 of the Land Development Code to delete the Main Street District area maps and refer to the districts as approved by City Council, providing legislative findings and for severability, codification, correction of scrivener's error, and an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Stewart, second by Commissioner Sheehan. Madam Clerk.
No comments.
Discussion, hearing none. All in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Number 8.
Ordinance number 2021-28, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, amending Chapter 2 of the Code of the City of Orlando entitled Administration to change certain provisions in Section 2.44 and 2.59 regarding public meetings and providing for severability, codification, correction of scrivener's error, and an effective date.
Motion by Commissioner Ortiz, second by Commissioner Burns. Madam Clerk.
No comments.
Discussion, hearing none. All in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, and so the motion carries. Okay, that brings us to the Rose Art items, which are a legislative appeal, the 3 ordinances that we postponed in a quasi judicial hearing. It is 3:25, and I propose that we take a 5-minute comfort break, and then we will get into the Rose Art agenda. Okay, this brings us to the Rose Art District redevelopment matters. Right here, the legislative appeal, depending on how that goes, here is ordinances, first read number 1, which is 20-21-16, then 20-21-14, which is ordinances first read number 2, then the quasi judicial, and the last ordinance, which is 2021-24. Okay, the first item is under legislative appeals, is an appeal of a legislative recommendation made by the MPB at their meeting of November 17, 2020. The MPB considered the annexation of 5189 Rosamond Drive into the city and a proposed GMP amendment to allow the development of that property. After conducting a public hearing, the MPP recommended approval of the annexation and the GMP amendment. Section 2.179 of our code gives the appellant and city staff each 10 minutes to present their case. We'll begin with some background from our planning manager, Elizabeth, and then we will hear there are a number of appellants all associated with this, so they'll have, as I mentioned, 10 minutes each, and I will give the applicant appellee opportunity to respond at the closure of appellant's comments. So Elizabeth.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Dang, the City Planning Division Manager. I'm here today to talk about the Rose Arts redevelopment project. If I could get the PowerPoint up on the screen, please. Okay, thank you. So this project is located along South Lake Orlando Parkway. It's approximately 128 acres and is the former site of the Lake Orlando Golf Course. There are 3 requested actions associated with this legislative appeal. The first is annexation of about 7.7 acres of property at 5189 Rosamond Drive, which is in the northeast portion of the site. The second request is to change the future land use designation from public, recreational, and institutional, residential medium intensity, and Orange County's industrial designation to the city's urban village designation. And then the third application is to create a sub-area policy S.1.4 as required by the urban village designation. So the previous actions here, the Municipal Planning Board heard these cases as well as an associated zoning case on November 17th of 2020. These actions were appealed on November 24th. And then on February 3rd of 2021, there was a quasi-judicial hearing, and that was the day that the hearing officer provided a decision recommending approval of the zoning action. And again, that zoning action is a request to rezone from the holding zoning district, R3B and county industrial, to a planned development zoning district with up to 6,000 residential units and up to 350,000 square feet of non-residential uses, as well as preservation of wetlands and conservation areas. So this is a color future land use map. You'll see on the left what exists today. The subject property is hatched, and you can see that the vast majority of it is public, recreational, and institutional. The proposal on the right shows the urban village designation in turquoise. There's also a request for a new sub-area policy that will cover the entire property, and you can see it there on the right. This is a closer map showing the area to be annexed near Rosamond Drive, and it is a majority stormwater pond in that area. This site shows an aerial photograph, and you can see North Lake Orlando Parkway on the north side of the lake, South Lake Orlando Parkway south of the subject property, as well as connections to Lake Breeze Drive and Rosamond Drive. The development plan identifies 10 development areas, parcel A through parcel J. And that they start by connecting from Rosamond Drive to the north, Lake Breeze Drive between parcels C and D, and then connecting to the south to South Lake Orlando Parkway. And then the open space is shown in the dark green and gray areas. The standards for creating a new urban village are provided in GMP policy 2.4.4 and include a mix of uses, preservation of conservation areas, and creative site design and area-wide benefits to the community. Each urban village is unique. Some other examples throughout the city are the Southeast Orlando Sector Plan area, Baldwin Park, and Advent Health. The property within this category is subject to a higher level of urban design review than elsewhere in the city and must be master planned with a vision in mind. Again, this map shows that the sub-area policy covers the entire subject property. There are several parts to this sub-area policy. The first part is a vision statement that identifies the need for a mix of uses, robust park system, multimodal transportation, and blending new development with existing neighborhood fabric and the natural environment. The policy has a set of guiding principles, which are helpful for projects such as this one that may take several years to develop. These principles include enhancing economic vibrancy, protecting Lake Orlando, and creating a gradient of density to provide transitions to the existing neighborhood. There are also principles related to transportation, creating a walkable network, and to creating 2 new mixed-use centers. It is important to note that these, in order to be successful at reaching these goals, there is a need for enough density and new development, new residents, in order to support the types of businesses and open space opportunities and transit that are being proposed as part of this plan. So the sub-area policy also provides a development program. There's a base development program of 1,600 units and 100,000 square feet of non-residential uses. If certain standards are met, that development program can be augmented by bonus number 1 and bonus number 2. So this language is very deliberate. It does not vest the property for the entire development program, and it instead allows for the base development to begin construction and will demonstrate to the community that this first phase meets the guiding principles. In order to access the units in bonus number 1, certain conditions must be met. So those are also spelled out in the sub-area policy, and that is to require adoption of an agreement for a neighborhood transit circulator. The goal there is to address the route, type of vehicle, funding source, and operating partners. It will need to extend beyond the project boundary throughout the overall Rosemont neighborhood. And this will allow current residents to easily access the town center, as well as reduce the need for short trips by new residents. Once bonus number 1 is approved and the units have been built, there will be sufficient density to actually operate a transit route. So that route needs to be operational before the units in bonus number 2 can be approved. And that's 1,900 multifamily or dwelling units and 100,000 square feet of non-residential uses. And finally, the third part of the sub-area policy provides specific standards that will ensure the project meets the infrastructure needs of the area. That includes converting allowable uses, schools, a phasing plan, civic use minimum standards, and open space standards. So these sub-area policy principles will help to ensure good urban form and emphasis on public space to ensure that the project is built according to the vision shown in these renderings. Just a bit more detail on some of these other infrastructure topics. Regarding schools, this project will be high-rise development, which at the moment has a very low student generation rate. So the school impacts are expected to be minimal for the first phase. This will be reevaluated at the time of review for bonus number 1 and bonus number 2. Regarding parks and open space, there is a requirement for 16.2 acres of neighborhood parks, 25.7 acres of open space, and the proposal includes additional acreage for floodplain compensating storage and stormwater areas. The overall result is that approximately 50% of the site will be roads and building site. Water reclamation, sometimes called wastewater or sewer service, is also part of the evaluation, as well as transportation, looking at both of those infrastructure needs in a phased approach. And the transportation is addressed more specifically in the associated PD zoning. So moving on to the standards for a legislative appeal, GMP amendments are subject to our legislative matters or policy setting actions and are to be conducted according to standard public hearing procedures. So according to Chapter 2, Article 24 of the City Code, persons dissatisfied with the legislative board recommendation may appeal directly to the council. So the City Code identifies several factors to consider when reviewing comprehensive plan amendments. And staff finds that the proposed amendments are consistent with each of these factors. The annexation meets the state criteria in the state statutes. The proposal is consistent with the state comprehensive plan, the East Central Florida Comprehensive Regional Policy Plan, as well as Florida statutes related to the procedures for amending the comprehensive plan in Chapter 163, Part 2. The proposed amendments are consistent with the city's growth management plan, in particular figure LU1 and policy 2.4.4. The proposed amendment demonstrates the extent of changed conditions in the area since adoption of the GMP, and the proposed amendment will not result in incompatible land uses due to use of transitional buffers and open space. So the proposal is consistent with the purpose and intent of the Land Development Code and is compatible with the surrounding development pattern. The proposal will not result in demands on public facilities that exceed the capacity of such facilities because it is subject to the concurrency management ordinance. So I'm going to sum up today and talk about kind of next steps. After all the public testimony and sort of weigh in on those items, if the council approves the appeal, the GMP amendment would not become effective. If denied, the council can make a recommendation for revisions or additional changes to the sub-area policy, vote to move ahead as proposed. And staff's recommendation is denial of the legislative appeal. And I'm available if you have any questions.
All right, are there questions for Elizabeth at this point? Okay, then we will move on to the appellants, and the appellants that are, will each have 10 minutes in the order that I have them, which I assume, Madam Clerk, is how they were turned into the clerk's office. Will be in person, Christopher Miles, Leonard Connor with a PowerPoint, Vicky Vargo, Charlotte Kendall, Richard Stitzkin. I'm sorry, Charlotte Kendall is the last in person. And then we have Richard Stitzkin by Zoom, Milton Patrick by Zoom, Bill Freeman via Zoom, and Amy Becker via Zoom. So 10 minutes each, Madam Clerk.
If I may, Christopher Miles, Leonard Connor, and Vicky Vargo have requested to go last.
To let the Zoom people go first?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's fine. Let's begin with Richard Stitzkin then.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. To begin, the analogy I want to use is, you know, when a kid is punished, you don't reward him with a car and you don't reward him with a raise in his allowance. I've lived here for 25 years. We have almost every apartment, a house going up in Rosemont, that exists. We have a huge garbage problem. The roofs are in horrible shape. People bring up Baldwin Park. Baldwin Park doesn't have any horrible areas like we do in Rosemont. We have a school that is subrated. We have a beautiful gymnasium that is going up, but unfortunately, it's going up right near apartments that are falling apart. I continually send messages to the city to tell them about the huge garbage problem. I have people I'm friendly with that have rat problems inside. I cannot understand how we can allow a growth in Rosemont when we have apartments that are falling apart. We have an apartment complex that the young lady just described has one exit road, Rosemont. We have a 4-lane road to allow 6,000 to 10,000 cars to exit. That is ridiculous. Lake Breeze is only a 2-lane road. It can't take any cars. So how can you allow all these units to be going up without any proper exit? It makes no sense to me how we can allow this kind of growth, but not realizing the negativism that's going on in Rosemont. We have a Rosemont Plaza. which I call in almost every day, and call in about numerous people parking in the fire zone. The police are called every day. We have people selling goods in the middle of the parking lot almost every day. I report these continually. They don't stop. I support the police, but the police apparently can't take care of Rosemont. How can we allow growth if we can't take care of what we have? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stitskin. Next is Milton Patrick.
Mayor, he's not on Zoom.
Mr. Freeman.
Hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Dyer and Commissioners. My name is Bill Freeman, and I'm a lifelong resident of Orlando. Like the former guy, I don't live in Rosemont, so I don't really have a dog in the fight from a residential standpoint. But I grew up in Orlando. My parents moved. I lived over on Ramona Lane in Rock Lake back in the 50s and 60s. So I'm a lifelong, and I wasn't born here, but I've lived here for 69 or 66 years. My frustration with this is for the residents over there. And what I believe is happening here, opportunity zones are created to uplift disadvantaged areas in different parts of our city or our country. And in my mind, this project is taking advantage of an opportunity zone designed to uplift disadvantaged areas, which, as he said, some parts of Rosemont are. But in my view, that's the very reason that this developer is able to do that. He's bought this. He's not he doesn't have a vested interest in Orlando. He's an out-of-town guy that was able to get a piece of property at a deal, and he's put this. I'm assuming he's put this together, and he's trying to get the city to approve ridiculously dense density and high-rise development in a single family. What was originally designed by Janus back in the 70s as a nice golf course residential community. We've got single family residents. There's already apartments in there, but the idea of placing these 6,000 housing units and 40-something thousand cars a day, and that many cars on the road and what's already hard to get in and out of that neighborhood. I have a business outside on Lake Breeze, outside of Rosemont, and this thing's not going to develop my business because I'm not a retail place. So you have a couple of truck pickups and my employees come there. So it's not really going to affect me, but I feel awful for the people that have vested their lives in that neighborhood. And, there's some issues with Rosemont, but I know a lot of people that live in there, and I've known some people that have moved out of there, and they're in there because they like the environment, they like the nature that's there, and the idea that the city would approve this kind of infringement on longtime Orlando residents is terrible. And the people that are in there, and it's generational in there, have already faced a lot of changes from what they thought Rosemont was going to be when it first developed. Then the apartments came, then some roads got open. And so the infringement from outside of that whole neighborhood that's happened is just criminal in my mind for people that have been committed to Orlando. And, Rosemont sometimes gets a bad rap, but I know people in there, and I know that to be a very diverse community that get along. The people that are, especially the single family residents, get in there. And what I see here, if the city was to approve this, we're talking about approving vertical development, 100-story buildings in a single family area. The reason people like Orlando is the atmosphere of neighborhood that we have. 10-story buildings don't give you an atmosphere of neighborhood. people are evacuating New York and Chicago and urban areas up north and downtown corridors where you've got buildings much higher than that. And for us to foster that kind of development, it makes some sense in a downtown core. I get that, where you've got in an urban setting, but this isn't an urban setting. In an urban village, to impose vertical construction that you might have in an urban village designation doesn't make sense in this neighborhood. And so I'd like to see that if not, in terms of the appeal, I'd like to just see some more review of this thing. I think local residents in Kingswood Manor on Lee Road going towards Winter Park and College Park, in parts of Pine Hills, I don't think people are aware in the surrounding areas of what this is going to mean in terms of traffic, in terms of infrastructure and all that sort of thing. And I just don't think it makes any sense. And my question to you guys on the council is, why is this a tough decision to make? There's certainly things that we can do in Rosemont to upgrade and to uplift some disadvantaged problems in that area. But what the residents there would like, and what would really turn that into a more dynamic and valued residential area for the city of Orlando, would be more single family construction, more townhouse, lower height and more green areas to use the golf course to enhance the area so people want to come there. Putting 10-story building with seasonal rentals in there is not going to do that. It's just not going to do that. And living in Orlando, we've got a lot of density going into the packing district. We've got density over there at the yard. We've got density downtown. We've got density going in at the Winter Park end of Lee Road. And my concern is not just for Rosemont, but the overall city and what our growth plan is, because the people up north that are coming down here, they're evacuating what this project represents. I think COVID's done some of that. People don't want to touch an elevator button. People don't want to touch the rails going up and down stairs. They'd like their own place that they can go right into and all that sort of thing. And there's a way to do that. And there's a way for this developer to take advantage of the land he owns. I think I just hate to see what the opportunity zone that was created to lift people up, that designation, because I don't think a project like this would ever be approved in College Park or downtown Winter Park or Southern Oaks or places like that. And these people over there need somebody to speak up for them. And the surrounding residents, I think if the city would do a survey of surrounding areas, you would find a lot more disagreement with what's going on here. The negative implications for this project as proposed, it's negative for existing residents. It's negative for the environment. It's going to mess up trees, the floodplain. I live over in College Park, and I watch when we have a hurricane. I watch Lake Fairview fill up, and they hold that water back to protect Rosemont, because that water from Fairview flows towards Lake Orlando and then north to the Wekiva. So the environment, the local residents don't want high-rise construction. The traffic, the infrastructure, drainage and flooding issues that are felt. All of these are negative things. School concurrency. I mean, in the presentation that staff just did, they're talking about you're assuming that high-rise construction doesn't have kids in it. That you can't count on that when you've got 6,000 housing units, and if there's a couple of kids, you're talking about it. You can't just ignore what might happen later down the road, because it'll be too late when the stuff's already built. Local home values are going to really negatively be affected, and these people in Rosemont have already experienced that. And it's just so unfair to them. And I just hate to see it. In the College Park and surrounding residents that I know over towards Lee Road in that area, when they find out about this, they're not happy and they don't want it either. So I would just encourage y'all to at least take a little more time, table this. Let's do a little more research. Let's get a little more input from the surrounding city of Orlando residents, and see what we can do to see what the city can do to come up with a project that's more in keeping with the current residential atmosphere out there. Try to protect the environment more, and because even the retail that we're talking about, the developer talks like this is going to be a destination. I don't see Rosemont's going to be a destination ever. It's not a downtown corridor. It's not something like that. So I would just encourage you guys to look at this once again, look at it hard. I was on the municipal planning board. They approved it. And I'm not sure, I could tell from the questions that were asked at that meeting, I'm not sure how many municipal planning board members have even been out to the neighborhood. So I'd like to find out that information and just encourage you guys to take a slow step on this. It's a big deal that affects a wide ranging area, not just Rosemont. And let's try to put together a project that's more in keeping with residential, what Orlando means. Is that fair?
Thank you. Okay, Amy Becker is next up.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me fine?
You can hear you, Ms. Becker.
Thank you for taking time to listening to us and our concerns about this decision to develop this property the way it has. When it became aware of the municipal planning board approval, they decided that at the end of the meeting that states that, well, let's just go with phase one. And we talked about phase one just earlier, which is going to be high rises. So that's going to be a very much a vertical space. And then at each other phase, let's evaluate whether there's what the transportation looks like. What do the parks look like? What does the stormwater look like? What is the transportation, schools? So build a large piece of residential property or commercial property. I believe it's going to be a mixture, and not know whether they can finish it, because if there could be, because we're on the floodplain, whether they can actually build the remainder. All the study, they provided studies for the retail, and said the retail, it needs those 6,000 units and that vehicle traffic to be successful. So if you have retail without those units, it's not going to be successful. So in my mind, I'm not a planner and I'm not a city urban planner, but if it's not going to be addressed until it's already built, isn't it a little late? Besides that aspect of it, I was excited when I saw the packing district. I went, okay, that sounds kind of interesting. It's spaced out. It's got some nice amenities. It's not that far from my house. And then I read the planning for all the different plannings for the Rose Arts, and I see up to 10 9-story buildings with renditions, artist renditions that don't mean anything, because we don't know what it's really going to look like. And I live on North Lake Orlando Parkway. I'm the one on the Gulf side. I'll be the one where I'm going to have a road in my backyard. So if they decide not to build the rest, I'm still going to have a road in the backyard with a not so successful housing and commercial unit or commerce. One second. Then we looked at a part of it saying, particularly the wetlands, because we support quite a bit of the either Florida threatened wildlife when it comes to wading birds, but we also are key with the federal threatened wood storks that are all abundant, and they rely on all these cypress trees we have in this area that are hundreds of years old. They were here before they built Rosemont. They were here before there probably was a twinkle in the eye of the city of Orlando. But that's part of the whole, the flow of how ecology works is those trees. They filter. They're beautiful. They filter, they provide shade, they provide wildlife. So I'm concerned with 9 stories being in different places, losing trees, losing sunsets, losing sunrises, losing any kind of view whatsoever, maybe a wall, and it not actually working because it does. And they say totally, it's going to have 40,000 vehicular traffic when it's all done between those like 3 roads. And I'm like, that's probably not going to be a big draw for folks that live in this area. And I really appreciate your time. I want you to just consider what has been proposed during COVID real quickly at a planning board meeting, which I have no idea if they've read all the plans or if they read all the citizens' comments. And it's also the developer was not as transparent as it is applied in the documentation. I wasn't invited to, except for one meeting. The supporters were invited to the meeting. The supporters of the Rose Arts was invited to those meetings. If we can have something that's not 10 stories, or 9 stories, 10 stories, if we could have something that's reasonable, that could bring something to this area. I'm all for that. I'm just not looking to look at people's windows. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Becker. All right, we'll move back up to at least on the appellants, the people that are here in person. So I have Christopher Miles, Leonard Connor, Vicky Vargo, and Charlotte Kendall. Christopher Miles.
Mayor, if you can have Charlotte Kendall go first.
Okay, what order would they like to go in?
Charlotte Kendall, Christopher Miles, Leonard Connor, and then Vicky Vargo.
Okay, Charlotte Kendall.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Charlotte Kendall. I live at, on North Lake Orlando Parkway on the shore of the lake. I have been in Central Florida since 1988 and have lived there since 2003. So I know the neighborhood very well. I moved there because it was quiet and racially diverse and not urban. Everybody gets along. It's just a wonderful, wonderful community. And I hate to see it ruined. I'm going to be talking mostly about the environment, both from a scientific standpoint and from a personal aesthetic standpoint. There are numerous birds that live in and on that lake. Just a few of them there's a blue heron rookery on the shore of the lake. There are lots of little blue herons, many species of egrets, visiting wood storks, and there are trees all the way around the lake. But one bird in particular I want to highlight. It's called the limpkin. It is protected both by the federal government and the state of Florida. In the federal law, the Migratory Bird Treaty Act 68A-4001 FAC says that it is threatened, which prohibits the killing, capturing, or transport of protected bird species, excludes hazing and habit modifications, including nest destruction and relocation. A permit is required for relocation, and these are usually given to power companies or scientific collection. They are not permitted for development. This bird is not allowed to be disturbed. And there was a significant breeding limpkin population on Lake Orlando. I'll finish with the Florida laws, and then I want to tell you about something that happened. In Florida, it's considered imperiled and rare. They feed on apple snails. They live on the ground, bushes, in trees at the lakeshore. They can't go anywhere else. They have to be at the lakeshore. They nest from February to June. A decline of habitat leads to the decline of apple snails, which threatens them and their nesting sites. They need privacy to nest. They can't do it right out in the open like the ducks do. Now, early on in this process, I was at a meeting where I questioned Andrew about the Limpkins and their status. He acknowledged being aware of their presence. Didn't say anything more than that. Then sometime after that, twice, I saw small boats. I live on the south end of the lake, and I looked directly across at the property that they plan to put the high rises on. I looked, and that's where the Limpkins nest. And I looked across the lake, and there were small boats and men and very bright flashlights. This is long after dark. And I thought, what the heck? What are they doing there? And then a couple of weeks later, I saw it again. And then a while after that, like probably a few weeks later, it suddenly occurred to me I wasn't hearing Limpkins anymore. And you can't miss a Limpkin. They scream all night. They just weren't there. And for about 6 months, there were no Limpkins on the lake. At this point, we have one pair that have come back and hopefully will nest. We'll find that out later in the spring. And I'm 100% convinced that that development company went in there at night with boats, and if we're lucky, they relocated them. I think they probably killed them, and certainly destroyed their nests, and there were no Limpkins left on the lake. Where are we? That's pretty much the scientific part as far as the bird life goes. But there's an aesthetic, an emotional, a personal aspect to the environment. We live in Rosemont because it's beautiful. There are trees everywhere, winding streets with 25 miles per hour maximum. And it's just a very quiet residential neighborhood. So the values of the natural beauty to the residents are primarily, there's a lakeside park along three quarters of a mile of the western shore. And the view from that park is all native trees, and the park itself is well treed. We're looking at hundreds of years old cypress and oak trees. For me personally, if this happens, there'll be a huge loss of pleasure living there, because right now I look out my kitchen window and my living room sliders, and all I see are beautiful, huge trees and bird life. It's so much fun to watch those birds, and life should have some fun in it. That's not a small thing. This development has been compared to Lake Baldwin and Lake Nona as urban developments, or whatever, I can't remember the term, but that the designation that they're trying to give to the thing in Rosemont. Those were built on open, raw land. One was a naval base that was razed to the ground and decontaminated. The other was simply rural land out in the middle of nowhere. You're talking about putting a development onto a piece of land that's not beside Rosemont. It wanders all through the development. That was how they built it, that the golf course was intended to be the backyards of many of the residents of Rosemont. So this project is going to be in the backyards of very many residents of Rosemont. It's just going to be an incredible eyesore and an incredible heartbreak. I don't know what else to say. I just, please come out to Rosemont, drive around the lake. I can't believe that you would want to put 10-story apartment buildings, wandering through this quiet, natural, beautiful community. Just please think about it and please vote against it.
Thank you, Ms. Kendall. Christopher Miles.
So I have to keep it down like that.
Yeah. See you, and we can hear
See
you,
you,
Mr.
and we
Miles.
can. Good afternoon, commissioners and mayor and the people of Rosemont. I appreciate the opportunity to bring my causes to you. My name is Chris Miles. I am an Anglo-American, and I want to begin firstly with a question to the commissioners that I'm sure you all live in the areas of the city where your hope is for house values that will rise and produce a return on your investment, that you are proud of your area of the city beautiful. Well, we are in Rosemont too. We believe the same, and we believe our house should be increasing in value. Mine is a part A emotive presentation as a householder in Rosemont for more than 40 years. But secondly, as an analytical one, I am a professional planner and architect with more than 50 plus years of national and international design experience. For reference, I am the former design director, senior vice president of HOK Architects, I believe you know them well, and HHCP Design International, collectively for 20 years. And I am currently a practicing principal of Lighthouse Creative, which is a design consultancy, particularly known to the mayor for work on OMA, city managers, and so on. This Rose Arts scheme before you makes little sense. I know master planning and I know master plans, and this is a poor one. So let me tell you why. I refer to the core. It is proposed for an existing floodplain of the Wekiva River and Lake Orlando and can only be realized with a massive scrape that will entirely remove the core, the assumed green space that contains mature cypress and pine trees the last lady was talking about, that we all look on and gives Rosemont its singular character. Concern for this landscape has been the central call of surrounding residents since the announcement of this project, and only given lip service and support by our Commissioner Stewart. This is an insensitive apartment city on steroids, a dense urban city scale proposed for a mature subdivision. It cannot possibly be described as an urban village because it has few typical village components. Rosemont, I will remind you, is a suburban district. It is not downtown Orlando. So what are villages? They're low in profile. And if urban means city, the Rose Arts Urban Village proposes block buildings that will be more than 100 feet high, higher than those in reference to 1792 on Maitland, or indeed on Orange Avenue. Even the packing district at 4 and 5 stories, the buildings will be double height. You've been basically conned by eye candy, illustrating white folk at leisure who are very unlikely to be the residents of the 6,000 proposed apartment buildings, and apartments have been a bane to Rosemont. We've heard the similarities with Baldwin Park. Absolute nonsense. Where is the mix of single-family homes, townhomes, cottages, studios, lofts, and true apartments that are never more than 5 stories high? Where is the expression of Baldwin Park extensive landscaping? 6,000 apartments translate into 12,000 parked vehicles, not to say the additional service vehicles, fire, police, buses, delivery trucks, many of these moving at night. How many of these additional vehicles use already existing South and North Lake Orlando Parkway? And how on earth do you get out to John Young Parkway, OBT, and North Lane on area roads that cannot be widened and intersections that will be disruptive to commuter flow? We've heard of density is necessary to validate the shops. Conventional shopping is over. Believe me, I work on it. There's no need for these in Rosemont. There are plenty of area shops in Edgewater, College Park, Lee Road. Proximity retail, restaurants, and supermarkets along OBT mostly failed in a commercial area that remains a disaster in planning and social terms. This project seriously threatens the value of all of our surrounding homes. My house has already been devalued by 70% since 1980 due to the imposition of unforeseen apartments and poor planning decisions which failed to understand the impact of connections. The impervious project suggests for FEMA floodplain will require hardened elevated pads, surcharged soil, many lift stations, artificial concrete lined retention ponds, and entirely minimalist landscaping. There's no or little proposal for recreational places in this plan or for real access to the lake, and very few, if not schools. In our time, we've been threatened 3 times over by rising floodwater at our building pad levels, and climate change could bring 25 inches of water flood in a 3-day hurricane. So, if the city is supportive of money, what of ours? If this is about money, the creation of jobs and a new tax base of the city, then should not we residents also be concerned about our property values? Homes that cost millions of dollars, many of which were designed to border Lake Orlando Country Club, which by the way had a golf course, will now be required to look on towering block buildings, listen to noise, observe light, and observe vehicular circulation undreamed of by the original planners of the PUD. An added insult is that this area's zip code places in Pine Hills. I'm sorry to say that you have been seduced by this developer. This project is totally out of scale with its surroundings and should not be allowed in its form. A new program should be proposed by the landowner that is far less dense and is sensitive to the majority wishes of Rosemont in addressing their needs for green space. We expect more from the managers of the City Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miles. Mr. Connor with a PowerPoint, I think.
Okay, let's say, good morning.
Good morning, we can hear you. Good afternoon, actually.
Okay, I have to hold the button. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys seeing us. Do you see the PowerPoint that I've got up? Great. Okay, my name is Leonard Connor. My wife and I have lived at 4447 Real Court in Rosemont since 1994. Our home is literally connected to the golf course property, so we actually know it pretty well. I'm a retired Orange County educator, and I'm on 2 board of directors, HOAs, in Rosemont. So I know what's going on there. We've lived here since 1994, and the reason we chose Rosemont in particular is that it's such a beautiful Florida type location with great atmosphere and close location to Winter Park and downtown Orlando, minutes, and a matter of fact, and we can avoid I-4, which was critical to both of our careers. And what I'm going to be addressing today is flooding. So I'm going to bring the first slide up if I can. Oh yeah, okay. This is, the golf course is the area that we live on, but it affects all of Rosemont. And the flooding that takes place is actually natural to a floodplain. So the designers which built the Rosemont Country Club golf course, or Lake Orlando golf course, they were aware of the fact that you couldn't build homes there. It was going to flood, so that's the floodplain. This is my home shot from the golf course after the 2017 tropical storm. If you look carefully, you can see the sidewalk underneath the water. That is the golf cart sidewalk. This is from my backyard. We have water come in really close, but we've never actually been flooded in our domicile. So good design on the floodplain as long as it stays intact like it is. This is a shot of the golf course itself from behind my house. On the left is the little Lake Wekiva Canal, which we'll look at a little bit later on. And then spilling over the banks into the golf course where they're going to be building one of the design buildings is the floodplain taking over there. As you can see, the birds are happy. This is Little Lake Wekiva Canal from Lake Orlando, and the water moves north, which is away from the camera towards the lake. And here you can see the homes that are well above the water, but the canal itself is really high at this point. This is a map that will show you where we are in relation. I don't know if I can mouse over this or not, but this is, can you see the mouse, hopefully? This is Lake Lawn. It's connected to Canal W12 and Canal W13, and way over here on the right is the packing district, and some of their water will be going down W12, and then it all heads north through an industrial park, then it hits Rosemont, and then this is our area that we live in, and then it goes into Lake Orlando. And when this swells with water, this causes some problems. This is an example of the fairway behind some other homes that are not directly on the golf course. This is the proposed, I believe, entrance road off of Lake Orlando into the golf course property, or the former golf course property. And I'm going to have Vicki Vargo take over the second part and explain some things about this map to you, and I'll be back later.
I'm Vicki Vargo. I live at 3800 Winged Foot Court, and I can't do PowerPoint, so Leonard's helped me out. So this is just a picture of where the water is. So if you look on the golf course, you see all these little canals, and they were required by Orange County in the very beginning of Rosemont to help with this floodplain. 75% of this project is in a floodplain. So everything from Lake Breeze all the way over to where Leonard lives is in the 100-year floodplain. So I live down here by South Lake Orlando Parkway, and during Hurricane Irma, I can see 1/3 of a mile from my house to the lake. The entire 10 fairways were underwater by 2 feet, as well as the 18th green. So that's a problem. So we've been told, well, Jim Hunt told me that Lake Orlando is going to be handling the floodwaters from um, the packing district through Lake Lawn. But I wanted to also point out this. So see all these green dots? Those are all trees. They are removing all those trees, like Chris Miles said. They're scraping these bald cypress trees. There's hundreds and hundreds of bald cypress trees throughout this golf course, well, throughout this floodplain, because it was a swamp. So, you know, I mean, they're just leaving a little here and there on the very outskirts, but you can see the massive loss of 100-year-old bald cypress trees, which makes Rosemont what it is. And I know I saw a workshop on November 2018, and all of you expressed a great deal of concern about losing trees. I know when Baldwin Park was built that they actually moved some 100-year-old trees. We have hundreds. Cypress trees are the slowest growing tree. They grow 1 inch every 10 years. I have 3 100-year-old bald cypress behind my house. So just to keep going. So here's an example, kind of looking from my house over. So they represented to the community that they were going to be 75 to 80 feet. You know, now they're asking for 100 feet, and everything just keeps changing. But remember what I said. This area that they're showing was green, was underwater 2 feet. Now the water is only 1 feet, and their engineers have said, oh, it's okay. But, you know, when they did these, here's the problem. They haven't gone to the St. John's Water Management District to determine what they can build. So we know, based on a parcel next to it that's 11 acres that the St. John's has allowed them to, they're going to only allow them to build on 9 acres. This project isn't ready for approval. The water issue is huge. This whole area is going to be gone. And Rebecca Wilson's response is, well, if we have to add more compensating water, we will. Well, that just eliminates all the park space. So another thing that we learned in listening to experts is that when there's a flood, when there's a hurricane, the water's going to be designed to rush around these buildings back toward the single family. That's the testimony. So can you imagine? I mean, what we already have this huge flooding problem during hurricanes, and now we're looking at these buildings, and the experts have also said that these buildings are going to have to be on pads 5 to 10 feet tall. So they're really not 100-foot buildings. They're going to be 105. They're going to be 110. But can you imagine the water flowing from everything that we showed you earlier, from the packing district to over by the fairgrounds, coming down the canal from Lake Fairview? They're going to be rushing toward our homes. Okay, I have traffic. All right, so the main concern about traffic, now again, staff keeps saying that it's premature to do some of these things. And maybe if this was Baldwin Park or Lake Nona, where you were starting from ground zero, it'd be different. But this is an infill project. So here's a roundabout that they want to take out. Basically, they want to make it 2-lane. I had this put in when I was commissioner to keep out the tractor trailer traffic because of semis driving through. Well, now they want to take it out. They want to try and fit 2 lanes around it. There is no right-of-way. Jacques in Transportation testified before the MPB. He acknowledged there is no right-of-way. But this roundabout, all of our roundabouts serve as our gateway. So some people have little gateway features, or College Park has what they have. This is our gateway feature. Go to the next slide, please. Plus, in the middle of it, there's this huge sewer system. And this is an example of what happened. So there's no right-of-way. And one of the things that causes us concern is at the corner of Rosamond and North Orange Blossom Trail, They're getting ready, FDOT is getting ready to put in a signalized light in 2023. And staff is not requiring the developer to work with them now to construct the extra turn lanes onto 441. And that's, you know, they keep putting it off, putting it off. We need to know now. There's no right of way at that corner. The same thing at Lake Breeze and John Young Parkway. I've seen accidents at that corner. There's no right of way to expand
Hold on,
the road.
Miss. Hold on, Miss
go
Varga.
ahead.
Hold on, Miss. Hold on, Miss Varga. Miss Varga.
Okay.
Have any more to do with the presentation? No, hold on. I'm going to give you guys jointly another 10 minutes. That's your time, Miss Vargo, that's we're going to go into now.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I was splitting time with her, and that works out just fine. My next section is wild. Okay. Sorry, feedback. Okay. Is the wildlife, environment, and nature. Okay, just a little look. When we moved into Rosemont, one of the attracting features was the fact that not only were there lush trees and a beautiful tree-lined 2-lane road around it, it was also full of wildlife, you know, some protected, some not. But all beautiful. These are lipkins the lady was talking about earlier. She shot some of these pictures. This is in my backyard. This is the kind of, and I'm on the golf course, so this is the kind of things you see all the time. I don't even know what the name of this bird is. The other speaker, Amy, can tell you, but I don't know. Here's something else that was interesting in my backyard. It was right on the golf course property. As you can see, it's a bald eagle. And this happens all the time. They live in the cypress trees, but they come over to the pine trees to feed and stuff. And the next one, if I can get it up. Okay. I shot this while I was by my pool. And again, yet another bald eagle. And enjoying a little snack, as gruesome as it may be, but it's beautiful in its nature. Anyway, I'm going to turn this back over to Vicki. Thank you for giving me a little extra time. And please think about us in Rosemont. Here's Vicki.
So the main issue, one of the main, well, sticking with the nature and wildlife, from my backyard, I have eagles, I have otters nesting, we hear owls, we have tremendous wildlife. And if the city of Orlando is really serious about natural life and native corridors, you really need to look at this seriously. The only neighborhood where I've seen any of this type of wildlife is potentially Lake Nona. I went out to Lake Nona with my husband. We actually saw a deer. But other than Lake Nona, there is no neighborhood in the city of Orlando that has this type of wildlife. And these buildings, these 10 buildings, are just going to destroy everything that's important to Rosemont. Now, getting to parks and recreation, parkland. So they're trying to diminish parkland. So, okay, we've got ball fields and stuff over at Trotters Park, but they don't even want to put in like a driving range or, you know, volleyball courts or anything. I mean, their attorney talks about a tot lot here and there. And I recently read an article, and also there's no public dedicated parkland. Everything's going to be private, which is really offensive when Lake Nona, and I just feel like this is racist, quite frankly. I'm just gonna come right out and say it. So White Lake Nona has public dedicated parkland. Baldwin Park has public dedicated parkland. Packing District has dedicated parkland. And then you come to Rosemont and everything's going to be private. And staff says, oh, don't worry. We won't, you know, we're going to make them allow everybody to be there and use the land around the lake. Really? How are we going to enforce that? So what I've been trying to advocate for on the south side of the lake, if you're familiar with it, that should be city-owned parkland, just like Rosemont Preserve on the north side. And let's make it a place where people can go fishing, because this is supposed to be an opportunity zone, and there is absolutely nothing, zero, about this project that makes helps the economically disadvantaged at all. So why can't we, the city of Orlando is going to make $4.9 million if this is built as is on parkland. And the black neighborhood of Rosemont is getting zero of it. Zero. Not a tot lot, not a Dartmouth Park, zero. And that's just wrong. So I read an article in the Washington Post lately by an African-American emergency room physician called Imagine Safety. And she said, if Black lives really matter, we must invest in Black neighborhoods. And she went on to talk about how important parkland is to African-American young people. So what we're asking for is for you to table this and ask them to go back and make it a Baldwin Park. So in the middle of Baldwin Park on Broad Street, there's this canal, and it's really beautiful. Well, we have a canal too. It's right behind Amy and Rick's homes along South Lake Orlando Parkway, and it is absolutely beautiful. We have hundreds of towering 100-year-old bald cypress trees, oak trees, and what they want to do is tear it all out and build these big buildings. This just doesn't fit. I mean, the Rosemont, back in 2000, the Department of Community Affairs gave the city of Orlando $100,000 to study the sustainability of Rosemont. And I know some of you have seen the Rosemont sustainability analysis. Rosemont is suffering because it has 3,500 Class C apartments. And you got to look at the long term. People look at what Chris calls the candy eye drawings, and you got to look at it 20 years. When Rosemont was built, we were the place to live. Now, the only retail that the developer ever talks about is a grocer and a coffee shop. Oh my word, Rosemont needs a grocer and a coffee shop like a hole in the head. We have Rosemont Plaza with a Save-A-Lot. We've got a Walmart supermarket, 1.7 miles, a Walmart neighborhood supermarket, 3.7 miles, a Whole Foods, 4.5 miles. We don't need another grocer. We don't need any more commercial districts that are going to fail. Rosemont Plaza, Rosewood Plaza, Claricona Ocoee Plaza, that's where we were hoping the Opportunity Zone money would go, is to revitalize what's along 441, not create 9 100-foot buildings that are incompatible. They're incompatible, and their own planner has said that, and Jim Burnett, that this is a very strange configuration and very difficult and complex site. And it's very hard to keep the incompatible uses from each other. That is, these towering buildings right next to single-family homes. So it's not even like the Yard by Lake Formosa or the Lake House where there's, these buffering or other buildings. I mean, can you imagine going to Lake Man and saying, well, we're going to tear down the Orlando Housing Authority projects, the apartments, and we're going to do something great. We're going to build you a town center with a grocery store, and we're going to put up 9 100-foot buildings right across the street next to your home, and we're going to take over your little park and make it private because we don't want to maintain anything in your neighborhood. I mean, can you imagine? Just please think about the precedent that you're setting for urban village zoning. This is not an urban village project. It just isn't. So please send this back to the drawing board. Have them come back with a Baldwin type project. We don't, all this talk about needing retail and everything, we don't need that or want that in the neighborhood. I mean, the Rosemont neighborhood analysis worked with the city of Orlando to come up with a plan to have single-family homes. I mean, we've got all these plans. Give me the yellow sheet. So Elizabeth Dang says that our plan is just background. Doesn't really mean anything. So does that mean that the South, and please keep in mind that Lake Nona only has 40% of multifamily, and we already have it. So she says, it's background, it doesn't mean anything. So are all the other plans background? Southeast Sector Plan, Southport, Virginia, and Lake Highland, Washington Shores, Baldwin Park, Edgewater Drive, Curry Ford, of South Downtown, Brownfield program. Are all those just background too? I mean, why is Rosemont chump change? Why aren't we getting parks? Why are we getting 9-foot, 10-foot buildings and the packing district has 4 and 5? What is going? Please send this back and come up with something better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was all of the appellants for the legislative appeal, but under the rules for legislative appeals, not quasi-judicial, we do allow for public comment, and we have, looks like about 17 or 18 people that have signed up for public comment. So we have maybe 10 or so that appear to be here in person. So I will start in the order that they signed up. And Ms. Wilson, I'm going to reserve you to the end. Although you are signed up for public comment, we're going to give you an opportunity on behalf of the petitioner appellee to speak after all of the comments from this side. So let's start down that list. And let me read who I have in person, so be ready to go. John Bungan, Samantha Neely, Joshua Cooper, Hendrik Kuenhoven, Diane Fox, Katie DeHart, Nick Stable, Mitchell Carrera, Alan Epstein, David Drennan, Sam Anderson, and then we'll take the Zooms after that. So let's start with John Bungan. Okay, Mr. Bungan, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to come in support of this project. I have 2 businesses, a risk management business where I travel the state for underwriting, inspecting contractors, developments, and things like that. So I've seen quite a few developments, good and bad, and this one seems to have a lot of thought put into it. And I think that the county and the planning and zoning and stuff will work through any of the bumps in the road to make sure that it is done correctly. I've also got an e-bike brand in the United States, and we have a location in Miami, and we're planning on opening a shop next month at the edge of Rosemont on Park Breeze. And I support this Rosemont community, and I think, the crime has gotten a little bit more with the decline of the golf course, and I'd like to see somebody that has this money, that wants to spend the time and the money to invest in this community, help us get it back on track. I know it's not going to be a golf course again, so it seems that this is well thought out, and I just wanted to come and voice my support for it.
Thank you, Mr. Bungan. Samantha Neely.
Not appear.
Okay, Joshua Cooper.
He did not appear.
Hendrik Kuenhoven.
He did not appear.
Diane Fox.
She is here.
Diane Fox.
Hi, my name is Diane Fox. I have lived in Rosemont for the past 35 years. I support this project because it will bring jobs, revenue, higher property values, and relaxation and fun to the community. My villa is located on what used to be the 18th fairway, and yes, it was beautiful and enjoyable, but now I see overgrowth, buildings painted with graffiti, and many coyotes, and the transits come and go. And recently, it has become a motorcycle dirt bike track. I realize that the golf course is gone and is never coming back. So why not let it be a development that we all can enjoy again? For me, I am grateful that the Rose Art District chose our community for this project. I also realize that if this project doesn't happen, the property could end up being a development that we really, really don't want. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Katie DeHart.
Mayor, while they're setting up, Samantha Neely and Joshua Cooper appeared on Zoom. So they've switched their platform.
I'm sorry, Samantha Neely and Joshua Cooper are now Zoom. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon. Is it time for me to start or should I wait?
You can start right away.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you taking the time to hear from us all today. My name is Katie DeHart. My boyfriend and I own a house in North Rosemont, and we've been residents for about 1.5 years. We love the area, but frankly, the reason we own the house that we own was due to the trends we've seen in College Park and Winter Park growing, expanding, and overflowing. And we saw a great potential investment opportunity for ourselves. And I will say that this vision for the new Rose Arts District has really transformed that for us from an opportunity for profit to a vision for a community that we want to be a part of and that we'd like to stay in and invest in the future. This vision with the new apartment complexes, but also with all of the green space that makes it accessible to us, that makes it something that we can enjoy and be a part of, that we can take our friends and our colleagues to go and take our dogs outside, we can go walk all the way around the lake and actually enjoy and be in and among the nature and not just looking at chain link fences and unmaintained property as we walk around. Right now, the Lake Orlando Park that we have there is beautiful, but you can only spend about 5 minutes there walking around until you run out of space, and there are no activities, there are no amenities. We can take our dogs down there, and then we go home and we order Uber Eats, or we leave to go to College Park or Altamont or Winter Park. I'd like to see that investment stay within our community and to see that grow and be reflected in both our property values for our current investment and the potential future home that we'd like to build and or buy within this community. This vision, I think, is generous and the benefits that it offers both the current and the future residents of Rosemont. And I think it helps this area become really the hidden gem that it is. We are missing these features right now. There is nothing walkable. There is nothing that encourages us to get out into our communities and get to know each other better and get to have that interaction. Right now, it is just space in between us, but I would really like to see this vision brought to life, both for my neighbors, my community members, and for my future family. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Nick Stable.
Hello, and thank you. I want to keep it pretty short, and I want to talk about density. My name is Nick Stabile. I've lived in Rosemont for about 5 years. I live on South Lake Orlando Parkway. And I want to touch on density. When I first heard of the Rose Arts project was in, I think, the summer of 2020, or perhaps before then, maybe the spring. one of the questions that I asked my city commissioner, Commissioner Stewart, was, would it be prudent at this time to approve so many units, such a large project? With COVID and everything, where was the future going? What would it be? We didn't know. So I think a year on, and I said this to Commissioner Stewart the other day, that all roads lead to Rome. It seems that no matter how many units you build, they will absolutely be filled, and people are moving here from all different parts of the country, not just New York and California and Texas now, but from many other states as well. So Florida is in an excellent position, and this project, with the work that the city has done, and especially special thanks to people like Elizabeth Dang and everything, I think this project is probably best positioned to go into a post-COVID future with the way that they've thought out larger balconies, and I've spoken to some of the architectural designers about the air quality and air purification and things like that. So I think that's great. And also, a lot of our neighbors seem to think that there will be these 100-story buildings built right next to single-family homes. And for those of us who have been taken a proactive approach and really paid attention and been there every step of the way, we know that that isn't true. We know about the setbacks and all that. So we want to thank the developer for bringing us on that journey and educating us along the way. It's unfortunate that many in the neighborhood didn't take the opportunity to really, really give more of an effort to keep more of an open mind. Anyhow, and I wanted to keep it quick, so that's it. Thank you all so much. And again, whatever the right numbers are as far as density is concerned, I don't know. I don't have the answer. You guys are a group of people. You'll come up with it together, and we trust you to do that. But I think definitely at this point in time, we can pretty much guarantee that whatever happens, so long as it's done in a quality way. I mean, that's another thing with the density. If the quality of the construction is tied to the density, then the density is important, because if you continue to build what's already there, if you continue to build the type of construction, the quality of construction that is there now, it's not going to be there in another 20 years. The things that have already been built are quickly approaching their life expectancies now. They're things made with plywood construction and stuff. They're going to disintegrate over time. So a better quality development is what we're really hoping for. And we hope that you guys keep that in mind. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mitch Carrera.
Hi, my name is Mitchell Correa. I've been living in Orlando for the past 7 years, and during this time I have lived in central Orlando near Samron and Curry Ford, and I've seen a significant amount of growth between new businesses and communities in the area, as well as an influx of people moving from here from other counties, states, and countries. And for many people, myself included, I enjoy living in an area that has different cultures and diversities. From the neighbor you see in the morning while walking your dog or taking out the trash, or business owners and employees of that place you go and get your morning gas or coffee. In the next week, I'll be moving from this area and into Rosemont, and I'm looking forward to owning my first home. Prior to purchase, the main thing that caught my eye was the massive vacant golf course that ran through the neighborhood, and all it took was a quick search and a followed link where I was taken to the Rose Art District website. On their website, they show promise, and this is directly from the website. Transforming Rosemont into a community for the 21st century, featuring an abundance of green space, a city center, a variety of retail and culinary uses, public art, carefully curated common areas, and a plethora of high-end residences. Rosemont will become a place with culture, character, and community on every corner. Now I'm thinking, hey, Rosemont might be the place to be in the future. With Orlando growing so fast, we have to use all the space available. This way, this was a big decision and why I purchased a home in Rosemont. After seeing this, if they can make it happen, why wouldn't I want to be there? It's exactly what I'm used to. But we know this won't happen for some time down the road after building, which in itself would help create job opportunities. It's a great area and seems like it deserves some new growth with more new businesses, grocery stores, gyms, and parks with recreational activities. With the exception of the Rosemont Community Center, there is not much green space available. Having the ability to go outside and practice whatever hobby you're into is important to keep people busy and out of trouble. So I'm not here as a current resident, but a future resident, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this progresses. I'd like to propose to use some of the land they are offering for green space towards a disc golf course. It is one of the fastest growing sports in the world, and Orlando has a huge disc golf community, and will be hosting the PDGA Amateur Disc Golf World Championship this year. We currently only have a couple parks with courses on them in Orlando, and being an environmentally low impact sport, it would take minimal to no changes in landscape. Players bring plenty of foot traffic to the areas in which the courses are, which in turn will be beneficial to the local businesses in that area, especially if they are nearby or connected through one unified district, such as the proposed Rose Art District. All in all, if they can accomplish the goals that they state, it will be beneficial to the surrounding areas in a positive way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Alan Epstein.
Hi, my name is Alan Epstein. I'm a resident of Central Florida for probably 21, 22 years now. The last 10 or 15 have been mainly in Rosemont. Without boring anybody with backgrounds and the rest, my special skill, let's call it, has been I've worked with major companies, but I won't bore you with that, and on projects worldwide. And I like the presentation of one of the first men who is a lifelong planner, the Anglo fellow. He was very interesting. But I'm just going to give you some finalities, and believe me, well, even if I'm throwing them out to you, I've looked at the background and I'm not just lightly tossing them to you. I grew up in New York City. I was born there. I've seen it develop. I've seen big cities develop all over the world. I've worked with planners from logistics, scientists, engineers, complicated things like nuclear power plants. What I see here is a project that's part of the growth of what I lightly term metropolitan Orlando, but it's right in Orlando. And I think it's a great project, but I think it's like a half a mile off center. As I looked at everything, the net of what they're going to do with the golf course boils down to about 75 acres. 50 acres are mainly apartments, 25 acres of shopping area. People who know the area know Lee Road. Lee Road, on the north side of it, between OBT and Edgewater Drive, the city owns 100 acres, plus or minus an acre. It's called Trotters Park. If the 50 apartment buildings were put in Trotters Park without going into complicated stuff, an exchange of property or whatever is needed to do, the same 50 acres used for the apartment buildings will build an apartment complex that would stand out and look good. Anybody who knows Westgate, when you go down on Turkey Lake, it's not crowding over neighborhoods with smaller buildings. Same concept, and they would have a better view from the apartment buildings down from the north end of Lake Fairview across Lee Road. They have 3 major roads that they could work with. In and out for construction, supplies, and disruption would be much better. We only have 1 major road and a lot of minor roads that I've been on when it gets to traffic. The first 2 buildings they're going to build, if they go forward with this, where they're talking about it, instead of just moving it a half a mile over, the apartment part, they're going to end up with 2 buildings that are going to create shadows, and I think it was your B and C areas on their plan, which will create a shadow when the sun comes up in the morning from the east side of OBT. And they won't see any light behind those buildings till you get totally north of them with the sun. It'll be a mess. The other thing is the area where the golf course was, because this is a floodplain. It was left for that because you could use it because it absorbs the flooding. But where they had the original golf club and its equipment building and the rest, you could put a shopping area in there. I'm shortening all of this because of the time. I didn't do this lightly, but they've got my name and number. I'll be glad to explain it to anybody in detail. But Trotters Park is a better piece of land. It's not a floodplain. And the master plan, this won't interfere with it, because what they're using that, most of the ball playing is done on the south side of Lee Road, in that park area right there above Lake Fairview. So again, there's a lot of other stuff we could get into, but simply, I think the apartment complex could easily be moved by the city of Orlando right into the Trotters Park land that they have without interfering with the ongoing master plan of that area. Again, I thank you for your time, and
Thank you, Mr. Epstein. David Drennan.
Good afternoon. My name is David Drennan, and I live at 4422 Dunwoody Place in the Dunwoody Condominiums community in Rosemont, which consists of 23 units. I purchased my townhome nearly a decade ago because it was in a quiet complex that backed up to a golf course fairway, ensuring that my home would remain a quiet and private residence, particularly in the evening. The proposed Rose Arts development will rob me and my neighbors of the quiet enjoyment we have now. The increased population density will result in more traffic, congestion, litter, and noise, resulting in lower property values. This project is expected to generate 46,000 trips a day, and many of those cars will drive past Dunwoody condominiums at the roundabout on Lake Breeze, where I live. This will make it hard to pull out of my driveway to access Lake Breeze. The proposed extension of Parkway Center Boulevard to the proposed Spine Road that will be connected to Lake Breeze will literally surround our complex with traffic, noise, litter, and pollution. This increased exposure will make us more vulnerable to crime as well. While the Rose Arts plan depicts a medium density community, they are asking for a higher density zoning. One can only conclude they have no intention to keep this project medium density. Everybody knows crime follows density. It is my understanding that the developers failed to do sufficient calming studies, traffic calming studies, that is. With the increased density, we need more access to North Orange Blossom Trail and John Young Parkway. City employee Jock in Transportation acknowledged that the developer needs to make improvements and add access lanes to Rosamond Drive at North Orange Blossom Trail, as well as Lake Breeze at John Young Parkway. It is also my understanding that the City of Orlando has yet to require the developer to work with the Florida Department of Transportation. FDOT has plans to make improvement at Rosamond Drive and North Orange Blossom Trail to install a signalized light in 2023. This is the same time Rose Arts plans to obtain certificates of occupancy. Shouldn't the Rose Arts developers and FDOT be on the same page regarding the needs of this community? The Rose Arts proposed development fails to recognize that Rosemont is already a community with a history, established residents, estate homes, and infrastructure. Unlike Lake Nona and Baldwin Park, this is not starting with a blank canvas. The city of Orlando and the developer must have a comprehensive plan for this massive development, especially since some of the proposed buildings tower as high as 10 stories. Save our canal, its natural landscape, and the 100-year-old cypress and oak trees that are a critical asset to our Florida environment and often protected. Bring us something with lower density, along with a variety of housing products similar to Baldwin Park. I do not have any business ventures influencing my view regarding this development. I'm not looking to move in the near future. I'm only concerned about maintaining a safe, clean, pleasurable, and viable neighborhood that I can enjoy for years to come. I also find it interesting that a lot of the newer people that live in the community are planning to move into the community, back up this plan. I particularly have more faith in the people who have lived there for many years, who actually love the land, who invested a lot of time and money into their properties. And I have faith in what they believe in. I see a lot of these homes are against this particular project in the way it is being presented. And thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. We'll move to Sam Anderson.
Hello, my name is Sam Anderson. I live on South Lake Orlando Parkway, and I support the Rose Arts project. And that's all. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Madam Clerk, that's all of the in-person testimony that I have. So do we have anybody else that's in person other than Ms. Wilson?
We have two more. Hendrik Cowenhoven appeared, as well as a Leslie Johnson.
Okay, I see Hendrik. I do not see.
Leslie Johnson appeared and she showed up.
Okay, let's go. Where is, I don't have her on my list.
She submitted a request during the meeting.
Okay. All right, Hendrik Covenhaven. Hoven.
Also, Joshua Cooper appeared in person. He was third on the list.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Hendrik Cowenhoven. I've been Orlando resident for 30 years. I moved to Rosemont last year for a variety of reasons. It's a beautiful, well-established community, as you all know. The proximity to downtown was very appealing. The value for the money for the real estate was very attractive. But what really pushed me over the edge was coming across this exciting plan for this redevelopment of the neighborhood. I work in resort development for major hospitality companies here in Orlando for about 20 years. So I have a lot of experience with development. I know that people tend to be very passionate and very emotional when it comes to their feelings about development, which is one of the reasons why I love working in the field, to be honest. So I want to take a slightly more pragmatic business point of view for my comments. You know, number one, I think Rosemont is a neighborhood with great proximity to downtown, like I said. Also has a great infrastructure of roads, sidewalks, access to and from multiple major thoroughfares, beautiful, mature landscaping, friendly and diverse people, all very, very positive things in our neighborhood that I think inspire it to be considered for redevelopment. It's a fact that Rosemont's been on a steady decline for several years due to the closure of the golf course. I don't think anyone really disputes that fact. I think most of us agree that a golf course is not a viable option for this land, period. Everyone knows that. The city of Orlando simply cannot continue to allow the neighborhood to fall into neglect indefinitely because the urban sprawl and the high growth rate for our community don't really allow this to be an option. So something has to be done, and Orlando and Rosemont deserves Orlando's commitment. The city of Orlando, in my personal opinion, in 30 years of being here, has made really great decisions regarding development. Baldwin Park, Mills Park, Thornton Park, I could go on, the beautiful Dr. Phillips Performing Arts Center across the street. Almost all of them had opposition from residents that are fearful of change, and I highly respect those points of view. But I believe that the only option that results in higher revenues, property values that are necessary to improve the schools, attract the amenities such as restaurants, retail, grocery, require higher density to support it. Therefore, just logically, the only option to me is for the city to find a reputable developer willing to invest this level of capital into our community. Resort development is not the same as residential development, but I've worked with developers all over the world, some good and some not so good. I'd like to share my personal opinion as a resident of Rosemont that I believe this developer has a well thought out plan that takes advantage of Rosemont's good qualities while helping to improve the qualities that it is lacking. Ladies and gentlemen, opposers, something is going to happen. If it's not this developer, then it will be another one. Will the next one care enough to have a vision for protecting green spaces and go out of their way to include residents in planning and discussion? Maybe not. I don't want to find out. Mayor, commissioners, the only way to save Rosemont is to approve a change in its land use to mixed use and rid this community of the dangerous eyesore that is a defunct golf course. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, so we have one more in person.
2, Joshua Cooper and Leslie Johnson.
Okay, let's go with Joshua Cooper and then Leslie Johnson.
Good afternoon. My name is Joshua Cooper. I am a Rosemont resident living in Island Club, just on the northern side of the lake, and a business owner here in downtown Orlando of Greenhouse Realty. I'm here today in total support of the Rose Arts project. One of the main reasons for me actually moving to Rosemont was because it was in a federal opportunity zone. Later finding out that the Rose Arts project was coming to, hopefully coming to fruition, was just icing on the cake for both of us. Personally and professionally, I see this potential development as a tremendous opportunity for the area. The fact is, the redevelopment of the site is inevitable. It's happening all across the country and hundreds of golf courses. Right now, we have the opportunity to work with a developer that's willing to make the investment in infrastructure that we desperately need in the area. Rosemont is in fact a food desert. You have to drive to a neighboring municipality in order to be able to even go to the grocery store. The benefits of this federal opportunity zone aren't going to last forever. And if we don't make this one happen, what do we do next? How do we attract another developer? A similar thing happened in Kansas City a few years ago. They ended up with a flex industrial campus on 120 acres in the middle of their suburbs. And I know that's something that we don't want to see happen. The project is without argument massive. But right now, the city has an opportunity to work with one project, one developer, to be able to make everyone's vision come to fruition. Rather than having to risk down the road, if this doesn't happen, of the land having to be subdivided and working with multiple developers on multiple projects and trying to keep the cohesiveness of everything. I keep hearing that the project is too big. I've been a real estate veteran now for 15 years in Central Florida, and I'm gonna tell you, if you could add a few thousand more units to it, it would be helpful. We have 1 month of inventory in Central Florida, 1 month. So if nothing else comes on the market, it takes us 1 month to sell through it. And we have hundreds of people a day moving to Central Florida. We absolutely need the inventory. I know that we're not talking about building affordable housing, but this will serve to make housing more affordable by adding to the inventory in the area. Right now, our price increases are strictly supply and demand. It only stands to reason that if we add more supply, it will help to stabilize our market overall. But more importantly, this is going to bring infrastructure and density, which is just going to raise property values for the existing residents. Single-family housing isn't going to work. It's a large tract of land, but it's not cost-effective. There's not enough money for any developer coming in to be made, and the cost of lumber is tripled, which is used far more in single-family homes than in applications such as these. As we've heard earlier, the project has phases, multiple benchmarks that have been put in place by city staff to keep it on track and protect the current residents of Rosemont. With all of the things this project brings to the area, in addition to the thousands of jobs it's going to create, I don't see how we can afford not to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Johnson.
Rosemont was a planned community over 40 years ago with apartments, townhomes, villas, condos, and single-family homes. It was set and designed around a golf course because of wetlands and drainage needs, with preserve areas for owls, birds including eagles, otters, coyotes, possums, etc. The city required building of low-income apartments in the development, which caused property devaluation. One reason the golf course failed was due to flooding. The golf course floods even when the light rain. It floods dramatically during summer storms. There are serious issues with drainage, but drainage fields are not currently acknowledged on maps. If these are ignored, many properties will be flooded. Homeowners in the area are fully expecting the construction on this golf course will require the purchase of flood insurance, which was previously needed, and they will expect more flooding in the area. Roads can't handle traffic, and already issues nearby the newly constructed Princeton and John Young Parkway have recently had several serious injuries and accidents, including some police officers. The parkway is a raceway where cars often pass on double yellow lines and threaten the runners, bikers, and family and dog walkers. The Milk District and Packing Districts are close, and traffic will only increase. Heights of buildings, even higher than in other areas, should be no taller than 3 to 5 stories as approved in the Packing District. This is not Miami. Apartments don't mean there will be no children. Once you have 2 bedrooms or more, there's a possibility of children. So the estimates for school needs is impractical and unacceptable. Rose Arts is calling itself an urban village. A village includes homes, townhomes, and apartments, as well as restaurants and stores. What is proposed with walking paths and trails is simply an apartment complex with amenities and should be addressed as such. A community of 44 homes went from being Gulf villas to long-term homes. Some residents have been there 40 years and plus. The homes were purchased for the views and the family neighborhood feeling of camaraderie. New families also there are living with children now. The private streets in the community are safe for tricycle riding, and the neighborhood is aware and cautious of bicyclists, people, and dog walkers. Many neighbors will move from this small community if huge buildings are built in their actual backyard. It is right behind where most construction will be. Residents are concerned the first part will be successful, but second and third bonus areas will fail due to the flooding issues, causing the failure of the entire project. Density will also bring more crime. There have been more car break-ins and crime lately, and that will only grow with more people packed into the small 120-acre area of dense, tall buildings. Traditionally, apartment residents have no community commitment because they are transient. This will lead to less concern of the neighborhood. Please do not approve this project as proposed.
Okay, Madam Clerk, that's everybody that I have in person, so I'm going to move to the Zoom individuals and start with Samantha Neely.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. My name is Samantha Neely. I've lived in Rosebud for about 3 years, and I am in favor of Rose Arts District moving forward. Whenever I first heard about it, I was aware that there was going to be an art area, like more for like geared towards artists, which I am a very creative person, and that seemed like a lot of it was a positive thing for me too, and to me it feels like it will bring more of the community together through art. I also look forward to the green space that will be available, to have parks available, because maybe I just don't know the area that well, but the parks around here are pretty pathetic, and so I look forward to having them closer and just around the corner from me. And that's about it. I'm in favor.
Thank you, Ms. Neely. Okay, the remaining folks that I have on Zoom are Brady Keys, Kathy Roberts, Quenisha Lennon, April Whitehead, Tamara Jefferson, John Smith, and Tiffany Hayes. So we'll go in that order, Madam Clerk. Brady Keys.
Hello, good evening now, everyone. I believe it is evening now. I live in 4507 Pageant Way. I've been in the Rosemont area since 2005. It's about 15 years now. I'm in favor of the project. I think the original idea for Rosemont is gone now with the golf course deteriorating. I wish it was still here, but it's not. I like the vision that has been proposed. For me, it's gonna, make the land a little more useful for me as a resident. Right now, I just walk past it and look at it and think it needs to be, grass needs to be cut. I like the idea of the arts being involved in it. I can see an annual Rose Arts Festival. I think that would be the start of bringing people to Rosemont area. I trust that the city and the mayors and the commissioners will take a look at the environmental impact that the people have proposed here today. I think it is very important. We need to take a good look at that and see how that affects what the plans are that are being proposed. And I'm in favor for it. Change is good. So, and I support it, have been since the beginning, and appreciate your time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Keys. Kathy Roberts.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Good, thank you, thank you. Hello, and thanks for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Catherine Roberts Nobles, and my address is 3894 North Lake Orlando Parkway. I have lived in Orlando all of my life. I have 7 sisters, and we're known as the Barber Girls. My parents worked very hard to make sure all of us had a good education, become upstanding citizens, and to take pride in where we live. My husband, Michael, and I have lived in our home for 12 years here in Rosemont, and we happened to buy a very nice home here on the lake. We could have chosen to live in Windermere, Winter Garden, Winter Park, any place else where the rest of my sisters live, but we chose Rosemont for a lot of the reasons that people have mentioned on the call ahead of me. I am the president of the Lake Orlando Homeowners Association, And we advocate for our neighborhood with city and county officials, as well as work tirelessly for Rosemont to thrive by keeping it clean, safe, and a place where residents can feel proud to live. My husband and I are affected parties as our home is within 500 feet of the proposed project. And as the representative from the Lake Orlando Homeowners Association, we are concerned about the negative impact this project will have on our community. While we have resigned ourselves to the fact that more than likely some type of development will take place on the 128 acres, the former golf course, the high density is the wrong project proposed for the land. We respectfully ask you, Mayor Dyer, Commissioner Robert Stewart, and commissioners not to grant approval to move forward on the said project. This is not a good fit for the community. The existing high-density apartments in Rosemont and easy access to other areas in Pine Hills have already caused our neighborhood to decline and have reduced our property values because of the association with Pine Hills. Consequently, we have more renters and homeowners, and the traffic has increased throughout our neighborhood more dangerously, to say the least. This amount of traffic has destroyed our roadways, and we have not been able to convince the city to do the road rehab of the deteriorated streets, especially at South Lake Orlando Parkway and Rosemont, where this project is proposed to be built. A recent traffic speed study, due to months of residents complaining, was conducted on January 13th and January 14th by the City Transportation Engineering Division between North Lake Orlando Parkway, Rosemont, and Lake Breeze. The data shows 24-hour volume to be between 2,800 to 2,900 vehicles at 85% percentile speeds between 36.2 and 37.1 miles per hour and a posted speed limit of 25 miles per hour. The data was forwarded to OPD with proposed enforcement on North Lane between Lake Breeze and Rosemont, and it has not made a difference. Folk constantly are speeding. So this proposed density of the Rose Arc project, 6,000 apartments, will just worsen traffic and will further beat down roadway conditions. We are also concerned about the potential of more crime in the community. Rosemont is constantly on alert for criminal activity. We see enough of it right here where we live on the Parkway. Just as recent as Friday, we had 2 incidents right in front of our house. In addition, this project is supposed to bring more retail to our community, but this will be putting lipstick on a pig. The existing shopping centers in our neighborhood are so run down that it's an embarrassment and an eyesore to the community. So as Rick Stiskin said earlier, I implore you to check out the number of complaints and criminal activities that have taken place in the shopping plaza within Rosemont. A few years ago, we were hopeful with statements from Commissioner Robert Stewart on multiple occasions at our meetings that there were tax incentives through federal funding to refurbish Rosemont Plaza. Now we have learned that these federal incentives via the Opportunity Zone have been redirected to the former golf course. This does not make sense. We need the city's help to improve what's here in Rosemont before we allow this massive concrete jungle to take over our community. And there's more I would say as a board president, but I'm out of time. But let me just say quickly, we have witnessed what happens to an area when it becomes overpopulated with folks that are not stakeholders. This project should be about home ownership, some retail, parks, and preserving wetlands. There's definitely a need and opportunity to improve the former golf course land, but an urban village is not the answer. It is not what Rosemont needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenesha Lennon.
Mayor, she did not appear on Zoom.
Okay, April Whitehead. Madam Clerk, our screen still shows the prior speaker.
April Whitehead, if you can please unmute your device.
Ms. Whitehead, are you out there? If you are, you need to unmute. What you got, Madam Clerk?
Hello, David Serdar. Can you hear me?
Mr. Serdar.
David Serdar trying to public comment. Can you hear me?
Mr. Sartar, it's not general appearance yet. We're still on the Rose Art subject matter. So we're on some Zoom calls. I know you're there in person, but we'll have to wait your turn. Are we going to get Miss Whitehead?
Her device is unmuted, but she's not speaking.
Miss Whitehead, are you out there? Okay, let's go on to Tamara Jefferson.
She did not appear on Zoom.
I'm sorry, she's not here or she is here?
She is not here.
John Smith.
Is here. One moment. He's not here either.
Tiffany Hayes.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Is this Miss Hayes?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you're up.
Okay, good evening. My name is Tiffany Hayes, and I have been a homeowner in Rosemont for approximately 18 years. I have personally witnessed a decline in the neighborhood for various reasons over the years, and I stand firm in my support for the positive and growth opportunities that the Rose Arts Project has proposed, and I feel confident will execute. That's all that I have.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Okay, Madam Clerk, that is all I had on the list for public comment.
That's correct. That's all I have.
Okay, Becky Wilson representing the applicant, Andrew McCallum.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Becky Wilson. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. We have a very quick presentation that I will run through, and I think it will address some of the concerns that were brought up during the speakers. If we can just switch, I have it pulled up on my screen, and look, there it is. I can see it now in your screen. We have our entire development team here in order to answer any questions that you all may have. Sorry, it's kind of hard to speak with this mask on. As has been mentioned by several of the speakers, Rosemont began in the 1970s, developed through the 1980s. So it is true that between 40 and 50 years ago, Rosemont was a suburb. It is no longer a suburb. It is in the center of a growing Central Florida. And in 2014, the golf course was closed, as many of you all know, and it has been alluded to while we've been here. So what my client was left with is what to do with an abandoned golf course. So one option was to develop as single-family homes. Well, that's economically not feasible. The homes are currently trading in Rosemont at a price that it is cheaper to buy than it is to build. And it doesn't really create the transformative nature that all of this new open space and amenity space will provide. In fact, it just perpetuates the existing development pattern. Another is to reinstitute as a golf course, and even the speakers have all acknowledged that a golf course is no longer economically feasible. And then, there have been some statements to develop it as the garden style multifamily that we already see in areas of Rosemont. And again, this doesn't add value to the neighborhood. You're using up a lot of the open space for parking as opposed to having that as open space for the neighbors. So that brought us to a mixed use concept, which brings enough density to support transformative retail, creates open space and parks for neighborhood and public use. And we begin to create this walkable and vibrant community. As mentioned, it is within an opportunity zone, which means the owner must keep for 10 years to realize the maximum federal tax benefits. So this incentivizes the owner to create a project that grows in value. I would also mention that opportunity zones come with requirements to begin building. So we are also incentivized to begin this and complete this within certain timeframes. The owner put together a team of experts, Charlenbrock architects, GAI consultants. If there are any questions about the floodplain, we have Kathy Leo here today that can discuss that. We had a traffic study by Kittleson, and we've listed those other experts. We've had over 30 meetings with the community and the city. And what we heard from the community and what you've heard from some of the members today is that they are really looking for more green space, a sense of identity, and ability to walk to amenities. Your staff has gone through the guiding principles. This just shows our floodplain map and the proposal that we have to work with the floodplain compensating storage and stormwater. We do have to get permitting through the Water Management District and FEMA. With regard to transportation, we are not suggesting that the roundabout be removed. And we are, in fact, through the requirements of the staff that they've put in the PD, we are required to make significant transportation improvements, including working with the FDOT with regard to the traffic signal. We also have a significant amount of trails and park space, over 12,000 linear feet of keeping the park but again, we're happy to dedicate that to the city.
some housing funds available, especially with the new money from the federal government. Is that correct? Was that considered, or did the developer even reach out to housing?
I spoke with Elizabeth Dang, and my understanding is that at the point we are at the process, those funds could not be committed to this project, that we have to be much further down the line. And look, you know, some of these may end up being projects that are 55 and above. You know, we're just now working out those very specific details.
Housing dollars couldn't be used in opportunity zone, Mayor? Can someone, Roy or someone tell me about that? Because that might cause a lot of chaos. This opportunity zone run all the way through Paramore to Washington Shores to Rosemont. So that says that we're getting ready to gentrify the whole community if we can't use public dollars to offset and close gaps. Is that correct?
I'm sorry if I was misunderstood. I didn't say that money could not be used. It's that money cannot be guaranteed to us at this time because we're at the stage of the rezone and comp plan amendment. We don't yet have building types and unit counts and financing lined up.
Roy or Elizabeth, you want to address that?
Zones, so we would need to talk with Elizabeth. I can certainly find out, but I don't have any answer.
Yeah, it's concerning.
You know what, Roy, I really appreciate when a lawyer gets up and says, I don't know the answer to that.
Well, I know it's been a long day, and I'm not going to try to
I appreciate that.
wing this. I really don't have.
Elizabeth?
So the short version is that opportunity zones are a federal tax program. And most of the housing funding comes at the state level. So I'm not entirely sure how those
We have federal
well,
dollars.
there are federal
Yes, we
programs,
do.
right? But I think the point here is if the council were to impose a certain level of affordability on this project through the comp plan or the zoning, we would need to have some sort of program in place. There are programs around the country. Local governments have inclusionary housing where there's a certain percent and there's a study that's done. And that doesn't exist yet here in the city of Orlando. It's certainly something we could look into, but there are a lot of limits at the state level on what you can actually do with those programs. And there's a lot of cost to local governments to make up the difference to developers.
But we, the local government, I know you didn't help formulate this. I was there at the table with Sherry while we was putting this in, deciding which zones would be opportunity zones, Mayor. I know it's through your leadership, and we actually voted on that because we did want to bring up low income and undercapitalized communities where those zones were, I think. So I guess we need to look further because it seems as if we're getting ready to say to developers, yes, come and pray on our poor. Yes, come and build and it not be all inclusive. But that's, I'll leave it alone for right now. Thank you for answering that.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Okay.
I'm sorry, I had a question. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Commissioner Sheehan.
Sorry, Mayor Dyer. I was having some technical issues, but they got me back up here. Sorry about that. I had a couple of questions about the, we can't address size, mass, and scale. And I had a question about the 10 stories. And I've gone through a similar situation with Cypress Creek Golf Course. And we were able to kind of move things to where the ponds and the retention areas actually backed up to the existing homeowners, so they weren't as impacted. I don't know if any of that was given, consideration, and maybe that could be part of saving some of the trees and landscaping and things like that. But You know, I haven't talked to anyone involved in this because of all the appeals and things like that. But those are my two concerns: the size, mass, and scale. Why the 10 stories? Because I know that in a lot of other places we don't go quite that high. And has there been any consideration to these setbacks and how they're going to impact the existing residents?
Actually, I think that's a question for Elizabeth, probably.
Okay, sure. Okay.
So that was a very big part of the discussion, and I'm going to try to pull up the PowerPoint again. If I could ask for the screen to be shown, please, on the PowerPoint screen. So as you can see here, the homes all along the south side of the golf course are quite a large distance from the development pods. And the areas where they're a bit closer, they always have at least 70 feet between buildings. So where possible, they've put in over here by Pod C, a linear park and trail, and then the street, and then the building. It gets a little bit narrower at parcel B, but again, they always keep a 70-foot separation, and then between 70 and 140 feet, there's a 55-foot height limit. And then once you reach 140 feet of distance, it goes up to the full 100-foot height limit.
Elizabeth, can I have a follow-up question, Mayor?
Sure.
Okay. You said that, and that's good that there's that much of it. There's 70 feet, but you said it could be linear park or a street. There was a resident that brought up the concern that she would now be backing up to a street. Is there going to be any way of buffering those residents if they're going to be actually close to that street?
There's a buffer yard C requirement, which is one of the more stringent buffer yard standards for the city between the back of the home and any building. So that would be required.
Okay, and what's that? What is that? What is a buffer yard C? What's that in? How many feet would that be? I'm sorry, I didn't. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, Elizabeth. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. I'm going to see if I can find it real quick.
And she can come back to that, Mayor. That's fine. Someone else can go if they have any questions. I'm fine with that.
Okay. Commissioner Ortiz.
Thank you. My concern is with transportation. It seems I keep hearing most of the people that are against this particular project, they seem to be residents, stakeholders that have been living in there for a long time. And they keep complaining about the limited access in terms of roads. And then I heard from somebody that this is going to produce 46,000 trips a day. Is that correct?
Well,
so what are we doing to negotiate? Yeah, 46,000 trips a day. What are we doing to negotiate with the heavy traffic that we're going to have in such a narrow road, and with the neighbors already concerned about that? Well, how are we addressing that issue?
So I can speak generally to that, but if we have specifics, we do have some folks from transportation here if you want to dive into the details. But essentially, the thing to keep in mind is that this is a phased project. So their first phase is 1,600 units and 100,000 square feet of development. And then they're going to have to produce traffic information for that phase and meet the mitigation standards that are in the PD for that phase. Then they have to come back again and do another study for the second phase. And if there's additional mitigation required, they're going to actually have to amend the PD to add those new requirements. So they're going to be reviewed by staff over time because we don't know how externally other types of trips may change, other patterns of transportation may change. So we don't want to tie them to today's transportation model and approve something 10 years later. We want to see the modeling of, 2025 or 2027 if they're going to build in 2029.
Well, I see, I can understand that, but the only problem is we're making a decision today to accept or not to accept. And if we don't have a clear picture of what this is going to look like, we're not making a really good decision then. We're just kind of speculating.
I mean, this is a performance-based PD. So in order to access the units in the second phase, they're going to have to meet all these standards coming back to the MPB and coming back to City Council. So there's no way they can walk into permitting and get enough permits to build something that generates 46,000 trips. They have to go through each stage along the way. And if they're not able to make the commitments to infrastructure, they're not going to get any further with the project.
So here comes my next question. Do we have the capability to expand in order to, let's say, on the next phase, they're going to need, in order to produce or to meet the criteria for the traffic that would have to expand? Do we have that capability right now?
So we're really trying to avoid widening streets in this neighborhood, right? 2-lane streets are the most walkable. They support transit and that kind of thing. So really the types of improvements, if we're coming to the limits of what those streets can handle, really is pushing the transit question. And that's why to get to phase 2, a transit study needs to be completed, and then it has to be implemented before they can do phase 3. And that will really dramatically improve their situation with vehicle trips.
I definitely get that, but I'm still concerned that we are making a decision for the future without knowing how we're going to be dealing with traffic. And even a second or third phase, if the traffic, if the demand, if the capability we have does not meet the demand, how we're going to negotiate? We have already given permission for them to build all these buildings, and there's no capability in the sense of traffic. So we're going to be in a jam.
Honestly, it's the developer that's taking the risk here because they're not getting approval for a full 6,000 units today. If it turns out that they can't meet the mitigation standards, they're not going to be able to move on to phase 2.
But there's a sense of expectation from the community also that this is going to be the 6,000 units, and even the developer, he hopes, I'm pretty sure, as a developer, he's expecting, and to be fair to him too, he's expecting to be able to bring his whole project to fruition. So I guess I'm just trying to be fair for both sides in the sense of there's a traffic issue that has to be addressed, and it's one of those things where we have to plan now. We cannot plan in the future based on phases or whatnot. I think we should sit down and see what the possibilities are, how this is going to come out for the good of everybody.
Mayor, may I address this?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioner Ortiz. I do want to point out that in the PD, the plan development, which is, I think, technically the next hearing, there is set out in that ordinance specific mitigation that must occur prior to the first certificates of occupancy. Along with that, we also set forward proposed transportation improvements. So the traffic study that we did today does have with it proposed transportation improvements that we believe will be needed at each phase. And as Ms. Dang was explaining, the city didn't want to agree that that is all we would have to do. They wanted to keep the door open that as we monitor this development over time and move into these next phases, that in fact the city could come back and ask us to do more. So it isn't that we haven't looked at it, it's that I think your staff negotiated very well on your behalf that that they could keep the door open to require more mitigation instead of less.
Mayor, may I? Thank you, sir.
Ortiz.
I appreciate that. The only thing is, I guess I want to look at the whole picture. I understand the phases and I understand what you're telling me, but my question is today, if we were to build the whole project, do we have the capability in terms of the roads to sustain this development? And if not, I mean, can we expand and still make it viable?
I mean, if I were to respond to that, the answer is yes. We've provided a comprehensive traffic study to staff that was reviewed. Staff submitted questions and we responded to those questions, and that is what helped staff formulate the requirement for improvements. So with the required phased improvements, the answer is yes. The traffic can quote unquote be handled. Remember, we're also within a transportation concurrency exception area where we're trying to get people to use transit. And
is that study included in the package we have?
They had a number of additional studies related to wastewater and floodplain and all that kind of thing. So that is on our website.
One on transportation, just so I can make a smart decision here.
Yep.
Commissioner Hill.
Is it possible we can get Orrin here? This does not sit well with my soul, Mayor Dyer.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Is it possible we can get Orrin Henry up here? With all due respect, Elizabeth is sharp and smart at what she does, but when it comes to housing funding and where those pots of monies, because I gotta say, as we looked at the graph, in the 70s and 80s and 90s, early 2000s, I'm a little girl, grew up here in Orlando. And I remember when working class people could not afford to stay in Rosemont. Matter of fact, Black people generally, period. And then you had to, if you did, you have to be an executive African-American or whatever ethnicity that you came from. And this project without some form, you know, what we're doing in Creative Village, Mayor, and under your leadership is phenomenal to where everybody's rising. And now I even, you know, I cringe when I even heard a Black woman say, I don't want to be associated with Pine Hills. Making this thing about Rosemont being crime ridden. It's good people live in Rosemont, workforce folks, right? Having some of the same difficulties that we have in Paramore, where we have some slum landlords that's not really investing in their properties. And it's not the people that live in them who are to blame, it's the developers. But here it is, a 6,000 unit complex of housing is coming there. For me to consciously vote on that and not have one unit for where the people that live there, we're putting millions of dollars building a gymnasium over in Rosemont. And 5-10 years from now, those kids won't even be able to live in that neighborhood to go there because the rents are going to be $2,000, $3,000 a month. And what happens is, what I even see in Paramore, when we build up neighborhoods, the investors in that area increase the rents. So if there isn't something that I or consciously vote, I know it's District 3, but it's people over there that's depending on me also that look like me to say something at this dais, because no working class person came up there, right? I mean, when I said what this opportunity zone was created for, it was created because of blight and slum and those that are disadvantaged. The same thing a CRA was created for. And the reason we're able to build up Paramore in downtown and Creative Village is because it sits within that CRA that was Black, and even downtown, right? When downtown was blighted and Mayor Dyer felt the need that he was going to use some of those funds to build up downtown. And what we have today is something that does not include the current or future tenants and homeowners, right? I heard a young lady said this is something that would, well, not all of them, some of them. And I just need to talk to Orrin. I need him to come up because you don't know where that housing money is. You know, you can talk about not transportation, but planning. I need someone to come before me right now to talk about some housing because it's 6,000. And I guarantee you, it won't be no $1,500 rents over there. So we got to talk about this thing right here. I think, yes, we do need development. And then if I vote on something like this, there goes there's all of the opportunity zones, and developers are going to come into Orlando and our opportunity zones and try to mimic this project and exclude the people. And I just need to know if we can help these developers with some housing incentives to close this housing gap and not everything be market rate in poor neighborhoods. And we no longer able to stay here and we got to keep going west. So that's, Mayor, I apologize for keeping going on with that, but I know that's what's gonna happen.
Kevin, if Orrin is around, would you have him come up? Just before you say that though, Commissioner, to be fair on the existing Rosemont neighborhood, there is, I don't know how many multi-family units there are, but there are a large number of multifamily, and I don't know whether they're market rate or some were built affordable.
Yeah, they're going up, Mayor. I'm over there quite often talking with the people. Yes, sir. And they're, as they stated, they're not being improved.
They're what? Yeah, well, I'm just saying there are a large number of units there. They may have been market value. They may currently be market value. So there is some number of multifamily. I can't tell you how many are over there, which is inconsequential to new development, but the existing does have, which actually a lot of people complain about, right?
Absolutely.
Kevin?
Mayor, I was going to say, I just sent Orrin a text a few minutes ago, but I believe he's already left City Hall, so I'm not sure if he'll be able to get back to you this evening.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Stewart, I see there's a bunch of community outreach meetings and city meetings, so I would assume among the other 6 of us here, you're probably the one that is most conversant in what's occurred there and how we might move forward. The issue before us right now is to either approve or deny the legislative appeals. So as the district commissioner, you have some thoughts for us?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I've tried to keep my mouth shut for a while, so I'm going to take advantage of that. So I share some thoughts, if you don't mind. I've got a couple of comments that I want to make, and I kind of want to go through it, but I really want to spend my time talking about the legislative appeal and not necessarily the PD or some other comments that have been raised that were raised by the PD. They are so closely tied, but the growth management is the issue that I want to really kind of address. So if you allow me, I'm just going to read through a statement that I've been working on for about 3 or 4 weeks now. To everyone involved in this process, thank you for your hard work on the project. I normally don't respond in such detail to an item in front of us, but I appreciate your willingness to hear my thoughts on this important matter, Commission. During the past 18 months or so, I have taken time to look at this proposal from all angles. Early on, the developer came to meet with me outlining a general plan of action for moving forward. At that meeting, we purposely didn't talk and speak about specifics. He presented a general concept and asked my opinion on how to move forward. As with each project, especially one of this magnitude, I asked that the developer engage the community first, listen to them, and try to come up with some type of plan that would be a good fit for the surrounding area. I shared what I thought were pitfalls and the main issues raised by the neighborhood as a whole since the golf course is closing. I recommended many community meetings and advised them to listen to the neighborhood as they move forward in the process. The one thing I did share with the property owner from the very beginning was that too much density wasn't compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods, with few or even no examples of similar golf course conversions in the United States. Candidly, my opinion on that point has not changed throughout this process. I recommend the developer and his team, I commend the developer and his team for reaching out during the very difficult and challenging times of COVID. They have tried every reasonable avenue to communicate with the neighborhood. They have met personally, they have had Zoom meetings, they have had snail mailed flyers, and they have been accessible for questions, even from those who are in the opposition to this project. They are to be commended for assembling such a professional team dedicated to supporting the developer's desire to transform Rosemont community. Once the application was actually submitted, I continued to share my concerns for the density of this project. Now that the number of units has been concretely identified as 6,000 on 128 acres. It's a property that already has drainage issues, with nearly 1/3 of it just a few feet above the existing water table. Quoting both our staff and developers representatives, this is a very difficult project. I'm convinced that the lower land was originally selected to be part of the former golf course when the community was originally created because it was a floodplain, making it significantly more complex and expensive to develop. While this issue may be overcome, the fact remains that the project has issues relating to its compatibility with the surrounding areas. Let's look at density, which makes it incompatible with the surrounding areas. I want to share a few comparisons for your benefit, Commission, so that you will get a picture of the density. The current allowable density on this property, if nothing were to change, is 1 dwelling unit for 5 acres. The developer submitted Baldwin Park as a comparable, so we can just start there. Baldwin Park is a planned development totaling 1,048 acres of mixed use to residential estates with 217 acres of open space, about 20%. After build out, it has about 4,600 units, making it roughly 5.6 units per acre when you include in the open space. This project also was converted from an area that already had residential and commercial uses, as it was a Navy base. Now let's look at Lake Nona, a mixed use district. It has 177 acres with a projected 3,501 units, making it about 19 units per acre. Then we can look at Atlantic Station that he recommended in Atlanta, Georgia, formerly a brownfield development. This area has been redeveloped as an urban core just blocks away from 2 of the busiest interstate highways in the United States. Even so, they have put in 5,000 units with 138 acres, leaving just over 36 units per acre. Next, there's another development that was used as a comparable, Trinity Groves in Dallas. They have developed this area just walking distance from downtown Dallas at 5,800 units per acre. Then another development, Harbor Point in Stamford, Connecticut, along the Long Island Sound, one of the most densely populated corridors in the United States, with their own marina. This area comes in at only 40 units per acre. In short, the density recommended this project is significant at 46.8 and could be identified as high as 60 units per acre when compared to 5.6 at Baldwin, 20 at Nona, 36 at downtown Atlanta, 58 in downtown Dallas, and 40 in Stamford, Connecticut. It's just dense. For information, I want to share the density of the entire Rosemont neighborhood, giving you some of the figures. According to figures, the current overall density of Rosemont is about 4.5 units per acre. This includes the existing apartments in the area bordered by North Orange Blossom Trail, Lake Breeze, Lake Orlando Parkway, and Long Road. It has 2,845 units over 632 acres. That includes the former golf course. Let's do some quick math. If we remove the golf course from the equation, the density climbs all the way to 5.6 units per acre. Once again, this project wants to add 6,000 units on 128 acres at a density of 46.8 units per acre. If you remove the open space that the developer has agreed to maintain, it's roughly 60 units per acre. When you compare these stats, the proposed project is 8 times more dense than the balance of the neighborhood. My conclusion is just not compatible. Now let's turn to our experience here in Orlando. The council approved the golf course conversion in Cypress Creek several years ago. Once completed, that project was roughly 3.2 units per acre, 14.5 times less than this particular project. Now understand, density is not a bad word to me. Density in the right areas, like those we've identified in our traditional city core, is a long-term solution to an urban sprawl that can make for quality infill development. However, This project looks more like vertical sprawl, forcing Heights to find a way to bring enough renters into the area. But the change of density from 1 unit per 5 acres to increase of almost 300 times that, I believe, would be the greatest single land use change in our city's history. If passed, it becomes the precedent. If this change goes through, we have now set a precedent for the future. Not to be an alarmist, but what happens at another privately owned golf course that struggles and looks like, well, for example, Ventura Country Club. When I looked at the golf course redevelopment around the country, and there are many, according to Stone Creek Partners, who's working currently on 25 conversion projects, only one comes close to this development, and as it relates to its density. It's called the Riverwalk Golf Course in San Diego, California. This 208-acre property has the San Diego River running right through it. It's bordered by Interstate 8, Mission Valley, Mission Hills, and the University of San Diego. In short, while the proposal includes a mega mixed-use development, it simply does not equate to the Rosemont neighborhood when comparing surrounding environments. All other projects by Stone Creek are limited to between 4 and 10 units per acre of redevelopment. Let's take a moment and look at the city's urban plan. Our own guiding principles call for proper form. It says infill development will be designed to create a gradient of density between current neighborhood uses and the highest proposed development intensity through height, massing, and articulation of buildings. When we worked on Edgewater Drive Vision Plan, we looked at the height, massing, and articulation of buildings. This project, while the staff report says it conforms to gross GMP sub-area policy I said 2.1.4, I guess, is that right? 2.1.4? I believe it does not. This is not an apparent transition of buildings to avoid massing. As a matter of interest, this appears to be a buffer between 70 and 210 feet between a single family homes and the 9-story buildings. While their plan states that the massing will be complete in 3 phases, that doesn't change the end result. That doesn't meet our guiding objectives. And that first accepts that this should be considered infill development. I know that to make this project work, the developer has told the city staff and the municipal planning board that density is required. And by the way, let me just go off here. I have been told that he intends on no affordable housing because he has to have market rate housing to make it work. However, building at the same time, because by the way, Commissioner, I've asked that question. However, building at the same density as downtown Orlando on a golf course miles away from our city center is simply out of character for the goals and objectives of the growth management plan. I think our staff worked hard to try to make this project as palatable as possible, believing that this is the only project that will ever come before us. While the project has gone farther than the other 3 projects presented and discussed with our planning department, I don't believe we can legislate from a place of fear. Giving up on the idea that there is a transitional project out there, a transformational project out there, with considerably less than 6,000 dwelling units and 350,000 square feet of retail. I'm not under any preconceived notions this is to stay a golf course, and there is no feasibility for it to become a park. And I am certainly understand the proponents of the project who live in the neighborhood, who desire to have some retail options to be more readily available to them. But I don't believe the neighborhood compatibility should be sacrificed to try and achieve that vision. A vision that I certainly understand is enticing, but has been difficult to sustain even in the most perfect of mixed-use projects. This project not only is incompatible with the surrounding land areas, it also sets a dangerous precedent for communities in the future. For the sake of this discussion, I've tried to stay out of the plan development proposal. That could be heard by this council in just a few minutes. I've tried to look diplomatically at the objectives set out for us to consider in this appeal. So, Mayor, with that in mind, it's my opinion that this legislative appeal should be upheld and that this council should deny the recommendations of our staff and the municipal planning board. I hope that this recommended action will be supported by this council and that we will allow the process of compromise to work, providing for us a compatible project to approve in the future. Now, in my conversations with Roy, we have the ability to add some suggested modifications. I have created some suggested modifications that we can entertain individually. But my general feeling is this. Phase 1 is fine. Nothing else. Because I think 6,000 units is just too much. And I don't know how we can get a fair project by denying, by only getting, let me say it in a different way. For us to go through the growth management plan and try to handle that issue on this dais is very, very difficult. So my recommendation in heart is to deny it. Let the applicant come back with something that is smaller and that's more feasible. But to go from basically farmland to urban village at 60 units is higher than any change we've made in anything we've done. And we've done some pretty big things, even including Lake Nona. Nothing is this big. And I think it's a precedent that's very dangerous. Not for me, because candidly, this won't become a problem until 10 years down the road. It's going to be a challenge for the next councils and how they're going to help to address this. Commissioner Ortiz made a great comment. This is an implied approval of 6,000 units. I don't like that. I don't like it at all. I'd like them to bring them to 1,500. We give them 1,500 or 1,600 on the property. They tell us where they want to put it. They build that project. And by the way, what I just said is a $500 million project. It is not a small project. And there's plenty of tax credits even on that if nothing else happens. But my thought is to work towards that for this transformational. 1,600 units, 1,000 square feet of retail space is transformational. It's not transformational enough for this developer, but it is transformational for that area over there. And so with that, Mayor, I don't know how our next step would be in terms of moving forward from Robert's Rules of Order. Is there something that you would want me to do in terms of that standpoint?
If that's your position, it's well the council, what you need to do is to make a motion to approve the legislative appeal.
Okay, for the sake of this council, I'm going to make a motion that we approve the legislative appeal that has been presented to us.
Motion and a second. All right, discussion on that. Commissioner Hill, did you have?
No, I was going to see if Commissioner Stewart, when he works back with the developer for the modification of them to come back, for us to work with Oren to see if there's some federal funding or housing funding to encourage this developer to do some type of offset of, affordable does not mean 30, 40%, right? It could be 60 to 80% of the average median income, which is workforce and young professionals to be able to afford to stay there versus someone that makes $80,000, $90,000 a year.
It seems to me that a developer who's asking to go to this level of density would have thought about that in advance. According to what I've been told, this developer never thought about that. He thought about what is the expendable income of the people that are going to live in that property, and are they going to be able to afford the apartment complex? We have some leverage to accomplish that task. And it is not leverage enough to me for us to say, oh, let's give them 6,000. And then when they come back later on, let's really make them do affordable housing. That's not leverage enough for me. I don't think that's fair to our city. I don't think it's fair to our community. I believe in affordable housing just like you do. The challenge is, what leverage do you have over a developer? If a developer can build, take an example of Packing District. We have no leverage over Packing District because they're building by right and they have the money to do it. And it's very difficult. So they're going to be all market value. But take to a place, you've looked at a property that adjoins my district that's in your district. They want more out of that. If they want more out of it, then there's a leverage that we have that we can address. This guy's going, I say that, I apologize for being so bold. This developer is going to a development that is 300 times more dense than what's currently there. Now, I don't think that's all bad, but the way they set it up is there's not been leverage to accomplish that. And so anyway, that's how I look at it. And I just believe it's too dense.
Yeah. And Mayor Dyer,
Commissioner.
this has opened up something that you under your leadership and legal and all the bright people that we have here at City Hall, start thinking about this opportunity zone piece and how developers are going to come in and do the reversal of revitalization and responsible revitalization and just gentrify our community, because the bulk of these opportunity zones, with all due respect, sits in District 5 and District 6. And I'm very concerned with the more of the developers coming in and we're allowing them to say, hey, forget the poor people, but we want the incentives that come along with these poor communities. And we got to figure this out a little bit further, Mayor, especially for 5 and 6. I'm sorry.
Well, pardon me, Mayor, do you mind?
No, let's go to Commissioner Gray.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I'm not here to try to change anybody's mind. Everybody's got their own. But just a couple of things we got to think about. It's important to be inclusive, no doubt about that. But all this stuff costs money, right? It costs money. And I think what we try to do as city leaders is balance the two. And density is important to get the commercial use. I mean, where's Rosemont today? Let's face facts, it's not one of the most desirable neighborhoods. It doesn't have a lot of retail opportunities for the neighbors. The golf course that was there struggled and it's gone broke. So by definition, the reason it's an opportunity zone is it ain't doing so well. So in order to do this, it's not going to be perfect. We're not going to get everything the way we want it. There's got to be some compromises.
Absolutely.
And you don't, I mean, most developments I see don't have 50%.
It has to be opportunity for all.
Absolutely. But you don't have, most developments I see don't have 50% of the land set aside as open area. So again, there's a balance between the two. You can't say, hey, no density, but we want 50% of the area open. So look, I think we've got to recognize that there are certain parts of the city that do need some help. And the reason the opportunity zones, I think the federal government came up with the idea and used tax incentives, is because it's a long-term play. You can't, if you elect to do opportunity zone, you're there for 10 years, you're illiquid. You can't, if you sell your property within 10 years, you lose all the tax benefits. So to me, I kind of like opportunity zones, because to get into one, you got to take a long-term approach, not a short-term approach. And when people are putting up their time and money, they're not going to do a lot of dumb things. I mean, they've thought through some of this. So I don't know, I just feel like we're making a lot of assumptions on behalf of the developer, and we haven't heard from his team. Maybe there is a transportation plan. I don't know, I haven't seen the traffic study, but we require that. But anyway, guys, I think we got to be a little bit careful with trying to get everything out of every development, because if you do, the developers are going to say, thank you very much, but we're not coming here. We'll go elsewhere.
Well, you didn't have to live through 16,000 people leaving Paramore either, with all due respect, Commissioner, right? And they're on the west side where these opportunity zones lie. We appreciate that. And you know me, I work with people that help people. I work with more multi-million and billion-dollar developers to help us revitalize Paramore, revitalize Mercy Drive. So I'm open to that, but not at the expense of the poor, to where we push them out and make those places a utopia for others to come and enjoy. and we have no place there anymore by pricing them out because their money is being poured in there. You know, there's something we say in the hood, all money ain't good money, right? And meaning that just because you got money don't mean that it's good for everybody, right? And so I welcome development. I welcome transformation. Want to see everybody rise. And I understand investors come in to make a dollar, but don't forget the people that's there, right? Include at least three. Give me three of them. Give me 3 apartments.
I'm still learning as well. I think we
Yeah.
all are. But one of the things that troubles me sitting here, and a guy that's lived in Orlando for 20 years, is it seems like we can't win. The more money we pump into the West Side, right, to try to revitalize, right, and get folks in there, the more we hear the gentrification. And I'm trying to balance.
I didn't say
the two.
gentrification. I said revitalization. I am about responsible revitalization. There's a difference. There is a difference between revitalization. What we're doing on this council, we're revitalizing the area and we're growing within, right? We got EA, we got universities, but gentrification is not Black. It is economics. So when we make things unaffordable for those working class and workforce folks, that's gentrification. This poor don't have no color, right?
Yeah. Well,
Poor is poor. Low income is low income. So I'm saying we have to be responsible just as well on this dais to remind ourselves that we serve all people, right? And to make sure while we're building this city, that we're doing job programs, we're raising the wages and making sure people get these educational opportunities, right? We're closing that gap. We're doing a great job here. But while we're building other areas and pouring money on the West Side, believe me that people are growing. Me and the mayor just went and graduated about 50 folks with some of the monies we're building over there. People are having single family homes and all. I know you didn't mean it like that, but what I must say is that.
No, I kind of did. Look, we're not here to debate it. I want to talk about it because that's not the topic here.
Yeah.
Let me get back and simply close by saying, look, you can't have everything. If you don't want to have density, you're not going to get high-end commercial. You're just not, because nobody's going to come and pay for it. So if you want to have Rosemont continue as a sleepy neighborhood that it is, we got it. That's what we got. And we better figure out a way to keep paying to support the golf course that's closed down, because that's part of it. So that's all my only point is everybody's coming in banging on this developer for density. I'm not saying it's the right amount.
Mine was housing.
You can't have both. That's my only point.
Mine was housing.
Okay, my turn just for a minute here. I've listened to a lot today, and I have actually represented the neighborhood of Rosemont since 1992. So I'm pretty familiar, and I've walked most of the streets and knocked on most of the doors in Rosemont since 1992. I've always thought, you know what they're missing? They developed in a suburban fashion, basically with cul-de-sacs like we have way out yonder. And I guess when they developed, they were way out yonder, but it seemed like to keep them from falling into despair, which I agree in some part, the neighborhood has transformed in not a positive way over the last 2 decades, is to have some type of town center, like everything that's now being developed at Lake Nona or Baldwin Park. But that's not how they started out. They started out with a 70s model that was suburban and cul-de-sac. So I was probably planning on voting for the developer, but Commissioner Stewart has convinced me on the density part of it. But you do have to make a decision about whether you want to have a town center there or whether you just want to be what you are right now. Moving forward, because maybe 6,000 isn't the amount that you need to be able to do that, but there is going to be density required if you can have something other than just some single family homes spread around the lake. So I am going to chastise Commissioner Stewart just for a second. However, Commissioner, you're the one closest to this. I think most of us started paying attention in the last month or so. So if the developer is surprised that you're a absolute hard no on this and is surprised by that today, I would say you owe them at least some heads up. This is where I'm going to be. And maybe even after it came out of MPB saying, I'm going to be a hard no on this density issue. So if you want my vote and my support, and I'm the district commissioner that's going to weigh in against your project at city council, you ought to start dealing with me and start thinking about some compromise on how you get a project that would be more to my liking, be a little more fair to the development community to know before today about that.
Mayor,
and let me just finish, and then I'll let you talk as much as you want. Roy, what's the best way to put the developer in a position that they can come back and negotiate, come up with a modified plan if they so desire to do that? Is it by going ahead and approving the appeal? And because I know we don't go on to the ordinances, I guess we don't go on to the quasi judicial either at that point. That's moot too, right? So do we leave them in a position that they can resubmit, or is, I forget what the year, where does the year?
The year delay on another application would not apply for a legislative action. So, but I
Where
will
does
say
that apply?
that would apply to the PD, which
If we denied the PD,
yeah, which we're not, if assuming it, this would happen. I mean, I can go through what I want to do first, and I don't know if there's a motion pending.
there's a motion pending to approve the appeal.
Right, there is a motion pending to approve the appeal. I do want to say, just as a professional courtesy to Becky, she would like to ask that this be continued to next month. But with a pending motion, I'm not sure that that's something that we can do procedurally, but I wanted to, just as a professional courtesy, to let council know that. But I think it is problematic with a pending motion. So if there is a pending motion, which I think there is, I wasn't sure if what Commissioner Stewart was.
I'm gonna leave that one in your lap. The way we could correct that would be to simply withdraw the motion, but Commissioner, you probably have the votes right now to, just on my guess, to pass that motion. So if you want to prolong this for a month and have discussions with the developer, I'm okay with that, but falls in your court.
Well, let me, Mayor, let
And
me.
I don't mean to put you in, I just, as a courtesy, I said I would do that.
Let me cover two things real quickly, and I'll just go to Jim first. Jim, the question is not density. The question is how much. That's the issue. 100,000 square feet in the future of retail is going to be a lot more effective retail than what was 100,000 square feet today. You're going to pack more people in. They're going to be smaller stores. I mean, there's some things that we're going to have to address in the future of retail. So I've never had a concern about density. But this builder wants to build, you're familiar with the yard that's over on, he wants to build 10 of those on 128 acres. That's a lot of density. And so that's the concern that I have when I look at this is it's what's too much and what's transformational. And that's what our choice is. Mayor, let me take a little bit of, and good news is that this is an issue. This is not a question about personal. So I want to make sure they're on the same page. I have a comment from the developer who has said, Mr. Stewart, you have been completely consistent about your comments about density from the very beginning. And I have said from the very beginning, it's way too dense, come up with another way. And the solution we came up with was to phase it in. And my answer was, we're approving 6,000 units under a phased program. And I've said, that's too much density for me. And they have admitted back to me that I've been consistent from the very beginning on that process. A hard no is a different kind of question. And my answer is I would like to have us approve phase one. To do that from this dais is very difficult because it requires that we now take the entire growth management part of POW. Now, when I've asked that question and said, hey, can we just do phase one? The developer has said, no, we need 6,000. We don't get 6,000. We can't support the retail. Then I said, well, then it's just too much. It's just too dense for me. So they have heard that from me for 18 months. Now, And they've heard that from me as late as last week when I showed them that, when I had, I guess 2 weeks ago, when I talked with them before Becky went on vacation. So I've been consistent with that from the very beginning, and I don't think that there's anybody that can, on this board, can say that's different. Now, I have not been going around screaming and yelling about it, because my hope always was that there'd be a better project coming. Something else would happen, and that has not occurred as far as I'm concerned. Roy, let me ask you, I don't have any problem moving this a month from now or 3 weeks from now, if we can create a better project out of it. The problem I have is the legal side of this, because the issue is this, as soon as it went to appeal, we went dark. We can't say anything about it. So we're kind of stuck. And the only way I can get the comments from the community was I had to only do them around the legislative appeal and not the PD itself. Moving this forward does what in terms of Robert's rules? Do we just continue this meeting? Or do we?
Well, you could do two things. You could approve the appeal, which would be a disapproval of the MPB actions. And we still have to hear the GMP amendment ordinance because it was advertised, but the vote will be no, because we just had a vote on the legislative appeal. We do have to go through on the quasi judicial, but that will just instruct our office to present a revised order within 25 days, like we did last time on the cell tower appeal. And the applicant, if the appeal is approved, the applicant can come back with a new development that would go back through MPB and all of that. I think whether you want to continue this or not is really just dependent on whether you think there's any, there's, in either event, the developer can still come back and talk with our staff, with our council, whether it's you approve the appeal and they go back and they just present a new application to MPB, or whether you continue this for a month. I don't know what discussions can occur in a month assuming the units are is the issue. And I think it is a land use compatibility issue is what I'm hearing. The challenge that we've had is I can't go to a developer that's coming out of a quasi judicial or appeal and say, here's what you have to do. I can't negotiate with the developer. Because of the appeal process that we've created. And y'all have told me over and over again, and told this entire board, that we have some real challenges in ex parte communications. Yes.
So if that's the case, what happens when we continue this?
You would only be able to discuss the legislative
only the density portion of it.
But now, because the sub-area policy in this situation is pretty detailed. So, there are things you can get to through the sub-area policy, which is still part of the legislative appeal. So you would be able to talk with anyone on that issue. Now, the PD and the QJ appeal, obviously not. Now, so you might be
a little bit.
You might get some 30,000 foot level stuff, but you're not going to be.
We're still hamstrung a little bit. And the PD and this document go so closely together, it's hard to separate the two for the sake of ex parte communications, correct?
It is different in that way, in that the sub-area policy has a lot of detail in it. That is part of the legislative action. So if we did continue, you could talk about the legislative part and see if, there could be something that that might be acceptable, but you would have to be very careful because it's, there's still a PD side of this, and, you can't really get into the nuts and bolts of that.
I am completely okay. And if the law and ex parte and your advice allows me to sit and talk with a developer about specifics, I'm okay. I don't think that ex parte communications and the information that we have allows us to accomplish that task, because any change you make to that is effectively a change to the PD. Is that
And that's the
correct?
reason we
And-
sent
And the
everyone
PD's in
email.
quasi, so we would have the same issue with the PD.
Yes. And
So the
that's one of
best
the
way to
reasons
then
we,
move forward is either move forward with modifications, which we could only approve phase one and just not approve the rest of it.
that's an option as well.
And then, or deny it and then go work with a developer to go back to MPB with a plan that is more effective. That's going to cost a lot more money, but it's also a
Yeah.
$500 million project if we just do the first phase of it.
And at that point, you don't have any ex parte issues.
Right, exactly. I just don't think if I can't spend time talking to the developer over the next 3 weeks, I don't think anything's going to happen that's different than what we all feel today. So the question I think we got to get to is a point where we can start doing stuff. And, this is a part of the challenge that we have with the neighborhood is the neighborhood moved forward on the appeal. So, and they moved on the field. It hamstrung all of us to be able to say, let's sit and talk. That's the right that I appreciate their right to do that, but it did put some other limitations on us to move forward on.
Well, let's think this through. Okay. Let's say that there is a modification made to the proposed GMP. It's not really fair that the neighbors don't get to weigh in on that. How could we bring a GMP directly here without having gone back through the process? Because it is going to be something likely significantly different than what's in front of us right now.
Yes, I mean, that is correct. It's not something that anyone has talked about or that, I think you could probably do it from a legal standpoint because you're going down in density. And so everybody's had notice and that, but I understand what you're saying. It certainly, the neighbors are in a position where they have not heard anything other than the 6,000 units and the three-phase development.
And they raised several other issues other than simply the density.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Commissioner, you can take this suggestion or not. It's okay. So why don't we postpone it till the next meeting and just figure out what we want to do? And the likelihood is we'll come back here and vote to approve the appeal. But I'd like some folks to at least give thought other than what we're doing here in the next 5 minutes to whether that's the only course of action that we have. It kind of seems like to me, really, we need to just vote it down or approve it, I guess, because it seems like logistic or within the bounds of what we can bring back to council, it's difficult to do it simply by making modifications to the legislative appeal.
And the challenge we have with this particular project is it's going from literally 0 density to a max density. So if you're dealing with an industrial project that's got 35, 40 units per, you'd say, okay, let's just back off, go to 40 units, or what am I going to get for it? This is such a change that we don't have a way. And that's why the GMP, that's why it's coming to us in this way. And that's why they're so closely tied together.
And that, Laura, would that give me an opportunity if we go ahead and approve the appeal today? Give me an opportunity to speak with the developer because I couldn't because of the judicial, and speak with Orrin to see if there might be some type of incentives, housing related, to put in at least a few affordable units at a certain rate.
I mean, we would need to look and see if any of that is related to the QJ matter.
I'm saying if it's denied, everything's off the books.
Yeah, if it's off the books.
That's what I'm asking. That's what I would prefer.
That's a different issue.
Let me ask another process question. I apologize. The 25 days to bring back a recommended order, if we were to deny this, is that 25 days applied to this legislative as well as apply for
No.
the co-
Now,
the
what you
quasi?
do today is you would
Okay,
make a
so
motion.
the quasi is
and-
different. Quasi, we can,
Yeah, we've got the code set up so that the quasi is you can either
you can bring it back as a
adopt
recommended
with
order, which happens to
changes.
be within the 3 weeks of the next meeting. So the idea is that our only real choice is to deny this now and say, hey, look, we like the idea of doing something. Let's get together and see if we can make it work. Is that what you're telling me? Unless I'm prepared to go through every one of the modifications that we want to address.
No, I don't think that would be efficient from the dais. I think your two choices would be to deny the appeal or grant
Approve
the
the
appeal,
appeal.
approve the
Approve the appeal
appeal, or to continue this to the next meeting. Again, I just don't know. It would depend on whether, if you just stick with the legislative issues, whether you would be able to negotiate anything.
I don't think you can. I mean, I think you're stuck because of the process. If you don't turn it down, if you turn it down, then I can talk to the developer tomorrow about, hey, look, here's what I'd like to have you bring back to us, and here's what I think can be approved. But if we just delay this, I can't have that conversation with the developer, even if he wanted to have it. Right?
Yes, that is correct.
I guess what we were trying to do, putting words in your mouth, is there a way for the developer to concede some points and not go all the way back to MPB and come through the entire process again? But it seems like if you're going to change that plan, it's fair to the public to have it heard at MPB and through the course of the whole thing, because it could be an entirely different animal.
Yes, that's, I mean, although I think everybody is watching right now and they would be here next time. And so if they know what, I mean, I think there are ways you could get there, but it's not as clean as simply, not having any of these appeals pending at the time you're having these discussions.
No, I think we have to deny it and I mean,
Approve
approve the appeal and do whatever we can to help streamline the project if they want to move forward.
Okay, the motion before us is to approve the appeal, which would in essence overturn the action taken by the MPB. So it's a little confusing there that we're approving and basically denying the recommendation of the MPB.
Yes, and again, Mayor, I apologize, but as a professional courtesy, Becky would like to speak. And
okay, Becky, let's hear from you.
It's completely up to
No, Becky, let's hear from you.
Mayor, can you hear me? Thank you. We would like to request a 1-month continuance. We do believe that your municipal planning board had the longest hearing that they ever encountered in order to hear the neighbors on this issue. And they have approved or recommended approval of the 6,000 units. And what we understand Commissioner Stewart's concern, also the concern of Commissioner Hill, and we would like the time to work through that without having to start, all the way over again. We've put over 3 years worth of work to get us to this place. I'd also just like to mention that although there are some concerns about discussions of a quasi-judicial matter, that doesn't mean that it can't be discussed. It just means that it needs that those ex parte communications need to be stated on the record after they happen. And then I'd also like to point out that there is no prohibition from the staff and the development team to continue to work together in order to put in the density issues or concerns, or to address those that Commissioner Stewart has. And candidly, what we have really grappled with is we understood that Commissioner Stewart had concerns about the maximum density. On the other hand, we also know that the neighborhood and Commissioner Stewart very much want a town center. So our desire has been to drive the ability to build that town center with these units. And we'd just like to be able to continue that conversation this month. I appreciate it.
I think that's what we ought to do out of professional courtesy and giving them an opportunity to put some time in on that. And I do agree, if you've invested 3 years of work into this, simply ending it like that isn't exactly
I'm in
fair.
support of that from my end, Mayor.
You want to withdraw your motion, Commissioner Stewart?
Is it better to make a substitute motion to move to a time certain?
I think, well, perhaps either
That's
one.
what
But
happens
if
to
there's
the
a
other
motion on the
issues that
table,
we have. We do the same
Yeah,
thing.
you'd
with
need to
other issues.
withdraw that motion
let's
first.
withdraw it. And Bakari would have to withdraw his second as well.
And so if you do that, then you
Then
just
you
gonna
make a
continue
motion
it?
to continue.
What happens, I apologize for being so bold, but what happens on the rest of the other project? They all get continued as well?
The rest of what?
The quasi and all the other ordinances?
Well, the ordinances are dependent on this legislative appeal. so
Yeah, I mean,
we
I
can't
think the
move forward with
appeal
that.
would include everything that was to be addressed today, and it would all just come
Well,
back.
for that matter, it's in our discretion to continue anything we want to continue. So,
And I'm okay continuing as long as everything is continued. and
yeah.
we haven't made a decision yet.
We're not taking action on
No, I
anything
mean,
else.
No, once you continue this, we can't take any action on any
Can
of
we
the
take,
others.
can we continue, I mean, the ordinances are pretty easy, we just can do that, but can we continue the quasi, is it, because doesn't the quasi have to be within a certain?
Yeah,
calendar
but the
timeframe?
parties have already consented to an extension of the shot clock under the statute. So I would presume that Becky would be okay with extending the shot clock further. I don't.
Well, Becky, you're right there. You consent to that, do you not?
We agree.
Okay, then.
Withdraw my motion in order to continue the project.
Commissioner-
Or continue, do we have
Commissioner
continuance on this
Stewart
issue?
withdraws his motion. Commissioner Barnes.
I withdraw my second.
Okay, Commissioner Stewart, would you like to make a motion to continue all of the items related to
Rose Arts?
Art?
Can we do that in one motion?
I think so.
Yes.
Think so?
Yes, you can, as long as you reference.
Yeah, well, I would like to go ahead and move a continuance of all the issues, quasi legislative appeal and the 3 ordinance coming for their first read, all as a continued, move those issues to a date certain of April 12th. Is that correct? That's the next meeting?
I think that's correct. But
Yeah.
yes, that
It's
is
April
correct.
12th?
Yeah.
I'll second.
All in favor indicate so by saying.
Mayor,
Mayor.
can I want to just get some clarification on the process. So with this being extended or postponed, what can we do and what can't we do as the council when we're talking to both the appellant as well as the developer?
I mean,
Or can we
again,
even talk to them?
The legislative action doesn't have any restrictions on ex parte communications. So, as we said in our email, it's just difficult when you have these meetings to ensure that you don't start talking about the QJ issues. Now, what Becky said is you can disclose those ex parte communications at the next meeting. It doesn't necessarily remove, the presumption. It just opens up the floor to people, then you at least allow others to question what was said so that they know what, and they could address that, they can rebut it, they can do. So it's helpful. It doesn't solve the problem, but it's certainly helpful if you divulge those ex parte communications. The best thing is just to not just talk about the legislative appeal issues. And because of the sub-area policy, being a part of the legislative action, you can, there are discussions that you can have. It's just a matter of making sure that they stay within the realm of that. So, that's the thing about it. It's not a free-for-all now, just because we've continued the action for 2 weeks. The same restrictions would apply to any future discussions as apply now. If you have ex parte communications and you want to disclose them, it's helpful. It doesn't solve our problem completely. It's better not to have them at all.
So Roy, so you're saying that we can have some discussions outside of the quasi judicial, but we still may put ourselves in a position of being subpoenaed or questioned about the nature of
No, I mean,
those
it would
discussions.
depend on if whoever isn't successful here,
Right.
if they end up suing us and they discover that there were ex parte communications made between anyone and a commissioner, then there is a presumption of prejudice that the city's action was not valid. What Becky was saying is if you disclose those ex parte communications, it's helpful. It allows some discussion possibly to occur at the meeting, but it does not solve the problem completely. But again, if I don't know that it changes much of what we've, these next 2 weeks are not going to be any different than the 2 months that came before as far as what our office would recommend you do from the standpoint of discussing these matters.
Roy, how would you disclose that? Would you do it like we do with a meeting minutes that we have between the commissioners and the mayor?
Yes, at the meeting, you would say, I met with so-and-so.
Meeting minutes submitted to the clerk would be adequate?
You don't necessarily have to have minutes, but if you wanted, but it's still better not to have the discussions so that we don't.
If we can't have a conversation, why are we rescinding our approval to deny? I mean, it's fruitless.
It really depends on what the basis, if it's a density issue, the legislative action is about density. But if it's involving some of the nuts and bolts of the PD.
Of the traffic and of the
things
housing.
like, I mean, there's even some traffic elements in the legislative action.
But there's no housing. So I have no voice. I don't know if if I have no voice about this housing piece, it's not beneficial for me to rescind my vote.
You have ultimate voice. I think what Becky's implying is that there are issues that she would like to work with staff on, which she can do clearly without any issues at all and related to any ex parte communications. And they've heard conversations from now something a little bit more specific from me, but they can now sit together and they can come back 3 weeks from now and say, hey, by the way, we either can do 1,600 or we can't, and thanks a lot, kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't mean to complicate this further, but I mean, it's going to be an awkward couple of weeks. There's no doubt about that, because you do have a lot of folks on the other side that are going to want to know what's happening and who's meeting with who. And so, I don't want to make it sound like this is just, it's just going to be one side. The other side is going to be very interested in what's happening as well. So it's not, it's not going to be it's going to be an awkward situation, no matter, how you slice it.
Mayor, if I could.
Mayor,
Roy.
go ahead. I'm sorry, Mayor, whenever Commissioner Burns is, I'd like to get a chance to speak or ask some questions if I may.
Okay, let's go Commissioner Burns and Commissioner Sheehan.
So with this, over these next 30 days, just say the developer comes back and says, we will agree to a lower density. Is the public then afforded to weigh in, or does this process of extending still exclude public comment or public weighing in on the new project? Because at that point, it would be somewhat of a different project.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, all you could really talk about is the density issue. And so it's, again, as Becky said, if you want to have ex parte communications, there's not a strict prohibition, but when you have them, it just puts us in a very difficult situation in defending whatever council's actions are, because those communications have been had. even if you disclose, we still have issues. It's not as big a hurdle, but it's still there. But I guess what I'm trying to tell you is it's not a clean slate over these next 2 weeks or 3 weeks or however long it is. We're still in the same situation we were. I mean, this is what you can talk about. This is what you shouldn't talk about. And if you think you can resolve the issues based on the legislative action and discussing what's in that sub-area policy and, density and some general principles on transportation issues and thresholds, then it might be a worthwhile effort. But this isn't opening up the quasi for everyone to start talking about what's happening with the PD.
Well, you can't get to the PD till you've done the first two.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's the other issue is you really can't, although we're putting them together we were hoping as an efficiency issue, we would put all this together. But yeah, you can't even, there is no QJ until we have a legislative action that would allow the QJ to even occur.
Now you sound like an attorney.
Yeah, just don't ask me about opportunity zones.
Commissioner Sheehan, unmute.
Thank you, Mayor Dyer. And I just wanted, I know Commissioner Burns had some concerns and Commissioner Hill as well, but this is why I don't speak to either side whenever there are, there are appeals. There's just too many opportunities for problems. So my advice, I know Roy's legal advice might be different than my professional advice. And that I think my professional advice at this point would just be let Commissioner Stewart, it's going to be hard enough for him to try to negotiate his way through this. Let him try to figure this out. And then we can see where we're at in a couple of weeks. I think we just need to let him deal with this. This is his district, and we need to let him do that. Okay.
Well, yeah, I agree.
And staff and Commissioner Stewart have all heard the concerns that have been expressed by other commissioners at this hearing.
And we still have our vote.
That is true. That is true. Okay, how about if we try that motion, which was to continue? All in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, and so the motion carries. The good news is we don't have further Rose Art stuff. The better news is we still have general appearance. If anybody has stayed that long. Commissioner Ortiz.
I just want to say something because I keep seeing the same thing happening over and over. And just a suggestion for our staff. I know that we go by certain guidelines to allow for maximum density. Can we start checking on other elements before we do this? Because there's other elements that sometimes may contribute for the maximum density not to be allowed because of other circumstances. And I think it's worthwhile taking a look at these other elements before we bring a case of this magnitude, or any magnitude for that matter, to City Council.
And before we leave this subject, I want to thank all of the speakers that were interested in commenting today. Everybody was cordial. There's no vitriol. The remarks were largely from the heart, and I appreciated the insight from both sides.
I agree.
All right. Can you let us know when we're ready for general appearance?